We'll resume Stream 5 hearing, day 2 of the resumption with the Silverwood team. Mr. Dawson, any thoughts overnight you feel the need to share with us?
Just a couple of things. I think there was a couple of questions left outstanding, but just a brief apology. Stephanie Blick is joining us remotely today. She's in isolation. I'm asked to say, though, that she has tested negative for COVID this morning, but she's having to stay home, so she'll be on the Zoom for the course of the day.
It goes without saying that we hope that she remains negative and recovers swiftly. As you will note, we've had a change of hearing administrator. Our hearing administrator has been sent home with advice to follow.
It's a sign of the times, I think.
Yes, indeed. So, as I say, Ms. Blick has our best wishes. We're certainly happy to hear from her remotely. It's not a problem.
So I think at the end of yesterday there were some questions about the ability of Silverwood to participate or not in the upcoming Variation 1.
Yeah.
And also there was a question of your minutes that gave Silverwood the opportunity to consider further evidence in that regard.
As regards the second point, I wonder if we should talk about that at the end of the hearing. We've got a good fix on where things have landed, and I also need to talk to Ms. Sweetman about the implications of that for her reply.
Happy to do that. Does the first question perhaps fall into the same?
But yes, let's. If you've got an answer to the first question, I think Commissioner McMahon posed that question. But yes.
Yes. My understanding of it, Sue, would be that that anyone's entitled to make a submission on Variation 1 and in relation to the MDRS standards. I think the difficulty that then arises in Silverwood's case is that by the time Variation 1 is notified, my understanding is we won't have a decision from this hearing.
That is correct. That is a safe assumption.
That's why I'm working. In which case, the predominant zoning over the property would still be general rural. I think a question then arises as to the extent to which Silverwood could make a submission on, being the operative word, Variation 1 when it has a general rural zoning. In that regard, if we sort of took a speculative example, if submission was about a particular aspect of the evidence or the council reporting, that's one thing. For example, the economics assessment. But if Silverwood sought to make a submission that was more directly relevant to the implementation of the MDRS standards, I think it potentially has some difficulty there. And it's made even more complicated, as I say, by the fact that the decision from this hearing won't be known at that time. In the scenario that the future urban zone had landed, then I think the jurisdictional impediment to Silverwood would be far less, if not removed. So it does present a bit of a conundrum.
I think the obvious possible submission that Silverwood could make would be to move immediately to seek, in terms of the variation, to seek rezoning, not as fuzz perhaps, because I don't think there'd be much point in doing that, but go straight to a live zone, a live residential zone, a live rural lifestyle zone, or a live large lot zone for that matter, or all of the above in different places.
Yes. I think that would.
What do you think about that?
Well,
The
that was
jurisdictional issues about that.
well.
Bearing in mind that if you decide to pursue that course, you may be having to justify that to me in about, I was going to say, 7 months' time.
Yeah, that's, as I understand, it'll be the same panel. I think that's the second possibility. It's a little bit hard to sort of comment with too much accuracy, having not actually seen Variation 1 yet in its notified form. But I think that possibility would certainly be open to Silverwood. I suppose thinking about that, one of the advantages of this conundrum is it's the same hearings panel, same reporting officers, presumably. So there's familiarity with where we are already. And that presents, I think, some advantage.
You can. I don't imagine it's any comfort, but you can reflect on the fact that the panel is wrestling with the same complexities.
Yeah.
And trying to find a path through this, and that's why the panel's position is that we will be releasing our decisions on the matters we've heard to date at the same time that the decisions on the recommendations on the variation are released, not because we know that they're intertwined, but we don't know they're not.
That's right. And I suppose I can see a scenario where Silverwood did lodge such a submission, and the panel might approach the hearing of that submission on the basis of, if we decided it was future urban, what then do you say? And conversely, if we decided it was not, what then would you say? And I suppose it's the only way you can cover the bases.
The one thing you could be assured is that we won't be telling you in the hearing of the variation what our views are on this submission.
No, but I mean to say,
but you're right. You could
put it in the hypothetical.
Pose it in the alternative.
Yeah, which means then any questions of jurisdictional scope get dealt with in that way.
And I think probably again working on the hypothetical that Silverwood sought in the context of the variation to zone part of its site medium density, for instance. Would that be on the variation in a motor machinist sense?
I think it would have to be, and I say that for two reasons. One is by virtue of this hearing process and the scope of the submission that Silverwood made, and two is because the variation by its nature has to deal with relevant residential zones and where they are and where they are not.
Well, that's the key point, I think,
Yeah.
because it's not clear to me from what you've said, and that's not a criticism of what you've said, whether such a submission would be on the zone. And I think that would depend on how the variation is framed and whether it gives effect to council's obligations under policies 3 and 5 under section 77N.
Yep.
And I don't have that section in front of me, but if you just bear with me, I think it's going to come down to whether the site is a non-residential urban area within the urban environment. I think they're the key terms.
Yep.
So, for example, I mean, if you drew a diagram of in graphical terms, and you showed the urban area of the city, whatever that might be, and if that's a subset of the total district, and your site's within that subset, then presumably you're within the urban environment and subject to 77N. But if the site's between that urban area boundary and the district boundary, you may have some issues about demonstrating
Scope.
on the plan change.
Yeah. I mean, I think in very simple terms, as I say, variation 1 is about where is a relevant residential zone and an urban environment, and where is not.
Yes, but isn't that within the construct of within the urban environment? And if your sites, I don't know whether the Porirua City Council have defined urban environments. I mean, I'm familiar with the situation in Selwyn District,
Yep.
where in Lincoln, for example, there's an urban environment, an urban area defined. Under what jurisdiction, I don't know, whether it's under the MPSUD or whether it's under the Local Government Act, but it's defined. Selwyn are going through that process of a variation. They've got a legal opinion that any sites outside that urban area are not, and there are Me Too submissions to the variation, won't be on the plan change. But any sites that are within the urban area, for example, a rural site currently zoned rural, sought to be zoned residential, but within the urban environment, within the urban area, are on the plan change. And that's that's my very lay understanding of the legal principles. But I'm just wondering how that applies in Porirua. Is there such a concept as an urban area or an urban environment defined under a particular jurisdiction? If not, is that the answer? But if there is, does that create a problem for scope?
Well, I'm not sure. Perhaps Ms. Sweetman can tell us whether the council has.
Well, I think it's of such importance that it's
Yeah.
going to need an answer outside of this particular issue.
Yeah.
But the reason I asked that question last night is I wondered whether you had given any thought to it legally.
It is something that we have given quite a lot of thought to. Is the implication of variation 1 and B, the opportunity to pursue a live zoning in that forum.
I have some questions on the latter, the live zoning thing, from a substantive point of view that I want to put to you and Ms. Blick.
Yep.
And obviously Ms. Sweetman will need to have an opportunity to comment on that. But just on the procedural matter, and before we leave that, and the answer might be no, and is the Silverwood submission, is there any possibility that Silverwood submission to the PDP could be a deemed submission to the variation?
It's a bit of a curly one.
Do you understand what I'm getting at?
I do understand what you're getting at. And again, it's something that did cross my mind a few weeks ago. So my answer would be yes, it could be, but we're in this awkward position of cart before the horse that we don't know what the decision's going to be.
Yes.
So if the panel's decision was yes, the submission should be granted, then I think it could be deemed to be such a submission.
But it would be limited to what you're seeking currently, which is a FUZ zoning. It couldn't be extended to, presumably, to an alternative live up zone.
Well, I think this is the thing about a future urban zone. To me anyway, it's a transitional zone, and all it says is that.
I understand that. I'm going to stop you there. I'll rephrase the question. If the submission to the post plan was a deemed submission to the variation, presumably it'd be limited to the relief sought in the PDP submission, which is the creation of a fuzz zone over this land.
Yeah, and I think there's some awkwardness in fitting that in to what the variation's about. Again, I haven't seen the variation, but
neither have we.
neither is well, perhaps some people have, but it's difficult to see how that relief fits into an MDRS variation.
Okay. Yep.
Because the FARS is not an urban zone.
Correct.
Yes.
And it's not large lot residential or an urban zone or a relevant. It's none of the things that you're dealing with.
Yeah. So it is a curly question. It's probably a bit of a red herring then, and if that's the case, I apologise for raising it.
No. It's the conundrum that we're in, right?
Yeah, but it does create a need to get a definitive answer on that legal question I posed yesterday, and we discussed this morning, and that is, would us, depending on how the variation's drafted and how it gives effect to policies 3 and 5 of 77, would a submission seeking either a fuzz or a live zone to the variation over the Silverwood property be deemed to be on the plan change?
Yeah, well, also, Commissioner, it's hypothetical in the sense that until the submissions are lodged on the variation, we won't know whether it's a real question.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think all I can say to you right now today is potentially yes, but I can't give you an answer until I've seen the variation.
Okay. Putting aside the procedural matters, the question, and I'll signal it now, that I have for Ms Blick, and I guess for Ms Sweetman also, is from a substantive point of view. You talked yesterday about the advantages associated with the 3-step process associated with the creation of the fuzz.
Yep.
16B.
And the structure plan process.
Yep.
And then the plan change process. Presumably, that advantage would be watered down with a 1-step request for a live zone on the variation, because the timeframes wouldn't necessarily allow the work to be undertaken through the structure plan process that the fuzz zone affords the opportunity. If you saw it,
Yes.
you see what I mean?
Well, there's two components to that, aren't there? I think anyway, in terms of a structured plan process. One is the requirement under that process to consult and engage with stakeholders directly. And the other is the extent of the substantive assessment in all those technical fields.
Yes.
So looking at those two things, so we understand how the structured plan process would work, and it would say go away and do all that stuff.
At your convenience.
Yes, and it becomes an iterative process versus, let's say, Silverwood sought a live zoning in variation 1. Question, what's the difference? The substantive assessment, I think, if Silverwood's doing its job properly and you guys are asking the questions, it's going to be virtually the same. It's hard to imagine that anyone's going to want to overlook landscape assessment or any of those key things. So the substantive is the same. So the other part of it is what's the consultation public engagement process? And I would actually say to you, well, it's really hard to see how they're different. Public process, further submissions, public hearing, perhaps the only difference, which I think is a fairly minor one, is that Silverwood may not have gone round to each individual stakeholder directly and sat down with them prior, but they have that opportunity to participate. And I think we all understand the importance of consultation and expectation and the question of scope.
Yes. In terms of certainty or uncertainty, does the fuzz zone and the 2-step process that follows that provide more certainty of outcome than going straight to a live zone and hoping you get there?
By more certainty of outcome, who for?
For your client.
I think it provides, what it provides is a much more rigorous and frustrating process, to be frank.
Yes.
If we're doing, and I think in making that comment in fairness, I have to say that Silverwood's submission that you've got before you now, I think I've never seen one so comprehensive and well supported in terms of requesting a rezoning. The structure plan process that follows is virtually do that again, and the plan change process is let's do it again.
Yeah, but yesterday, Mr. Dawson, you had us believe, or your submission was that that's a very good process, and it should give the panel certainty that there's a real degree of rigour associated with that.
And I stand by that. But your question to me today was, does that give Silverwood a greater degree of confidence?
Yes.
And candidly, my answer to you is it's a great deal of frustration.
What I should have said is, would a certainty that you, hypothetically, if you knew at the end of this process that a fuzz zone was going to be established over the site in whole or part, would that give your client more certainty of process going forward in terms of then engaging on the structure plan process and the plan change?
Absolutely. I mean, they
Compared to lodging a submission
Yes.
to the variation, assuming you're on the plan change, and then trying to, well, firstly, this is where the uncertainty comes in. Which zone or combination of zones would you select? And then you don't have any, I don't guess you don't have any understanding of whether there's an indication that a non-rural zone is appropriate, whereas the fuzz zone would give an indication that at least there's some degree of appropriateness, but the actual degree of it will be tested through the structure plan.
I
Plan
think
change process.
And that's the intention of a structured plan process in Appendix 11, right, is that it's an iterative and a detailed process where you actually sit down,
Yeah.
figuratively, and nut out those really important details.
Yes. Could your team at this stage advise as to, for the option of a live zoning submission, could your team tell you exactly what that might be at this point in time?
Probably won't surprise you if I said to you this is a conversation we've had in our team, and quite candidly, the question that Mr. Tiedemann and I put to the team was, how far away from a live zoning do you think we are? In other words, what's the gap? How much more work do you need to do? And the summary response was, we're pretty close, but there are some details there that are really important, particularly around the SAL, the landscape values, exactly the residential zoning provisions that you had in mind to get the right outcome.
Yeah.
But the answer, sir, was, in terms of the rigour of what's been done so far, pretty close.
Yes. But presumably the structure plan process will give you the time to consider that and further.
Yes, if that's the path we went down, yes, it would.
Okay. Look, that's all hypothetical, and I want that recorded that is just speculative.
Yep. I'm grateful that you raised it, because it's something that's been occupying our minds through.
Well, it's been occupying mine, both from a commissioner decision maker point of view, but also as a practitioner in another jurisdiction.
Yep.
So, in other words, the commissioner's getting some free legal advice. That's the subject. That's the subject.
I'm not
I wish
sure
I wish it was as simple as that. But I am genuinely interested in this in terms of this jurisdiction.
Yeah, well, it was. I mean, it's definitely a tempting question to ask, isn't it? How far, if you can get a fuzz, if there was enough done here to get a fuzz zone, how far away from a live zoning are you then?
Yes.
So, I want to add to the legal thing in terms of an understanding. So, if you've got a submission on the current PDP, can that be transferred under Clause 16, capital B of the first schedule, or can it, or is there an impediment to that due to the fact that we're not hearing it as it's not the PDP process. While it's a variation to that, it's actually something different and is being heard under different legislation with no appeals and that kind of thing.
Cross-examination, a different process.
Yes.
And all that, and I'd like to know whether the submission would come over or whether it
Under
wouldn't.
16B.
16B, or is it precluded because of the difference in, yeah,
So 16B, as you know, is a troublesome little provision, and it
with a capital B, it's an add-on, so, yeah.
and I don't wish to use the word, but it's potentially possible. But I think you're right, Sarah. I mean, there's some real complication there with the Enabling Housing Supply Act. It's a very different bit of legislation, and in fairness, I don't think anyone saw it coming. So I think it potentially it can be, but I'm not sure the answer is quite that straightforward.
The other thing is that the condition for it being a deemed submission is that you've made a submission on the part of the plan that the variation seeks to change.
Which nobody had, right?
No.
Because it's completely new.
Well, I think that comes back.
Location, like,
That comes back to the point you think. We'll know that when we see the variation.
I think perhaps the chronology becomes really determinative, right? When submissions were put in on the PDP, nobody knew of such a thing called the Housing Supply Enabling Act, and that's where the problem is.
Well, no one knew that there was. I guess the NPSUD was in the wings at that point, but when the plan was notified, it had only just come to Gazettal, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if we should draw a halt to the speculation, fascinating though it is, and talk about your evidence on the submission you've already made.
Yes.
And as I say, we'll have a chat about the procedural morass that we're in at the end of the Silverwood case. And as I've also made clear, we need to involve Ms. Sweetman in that discussion because that has implications for what the council's doing in terms of responding to Silverwood as well.
Thank you. So in terms of the batting order of in my witnesses, I had in mind this order, just to make you aware. John Hudson, Lauren White, Adam Thompson, followed by Steve Black. I believe you've got all of their evidences.
That's all good.
Okay, in that case, I'll ask Mr. Hudson, who's sitting there on the Zoom, to come and join us now.
Mr. Hudson, welcome to our happy gathering.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're coming through loud and clear. We can see your happy, smiling face.
Thank you, sir.
And we have your evidence, which we have read. Is there anything you want to highlight in it before we ask you any questions?
No, you just go straight into your questions.
Well, in that case, I'll ask Commissioner Williams to go first.
Good morning, Mr. Hudson.
Good morning.
I should just alert you to the fact that I'm going to be talking a bit about your landscape report and the original submission, so I hope you have that close to hand.
Is that Appendix 6 of the submission? Yes, okay.
Could be.
Is that the original assessment? Yeah.
That's right. And I'm going to start with figure 22 on page 20 of your report, but it's page 93 of the entire submission and the pagination at the bottom of the submission.
Figure 22, did you say?
That's right, yes.
Yeah, got that.
So I think it would be helpful for us if you could just talk through a bit. So this is really the SAL land. I mean, I wonder if you could talk through this diagram a bit in terms of the land characteristics and how you would define the SAL block. And I understand you might like to perhaps give us a little bit of description of the land that has since been added to the SAL. So the SAL, as I understand it, has grown since the original assessment in 2020. It expanded. So could you, in simple terms, just have a talk about what the landform is like, what its limitations are like, and a little bit about the land that has subsequently been added to the SAL?
Well, I'll answer your first two questions first, and then I'll need some assistance from you on the third one. The SAL is essentially the enclosing ridgeline to the south of Waitangarua, and its defining characteristic is its topography. It's enclosing a basin, essentially, and it's obvious because previous development took place within the basin over the last X many years, 50 years, and these hills were at the time not earthworked, and they were left as rural, and that has now become their defining topographical and land use characteristic.
Were they left? I mean, I suppose I'm asking you to make assumptions, but when I look at your diagram, I see in Figure 22 that the bulk, well, all of the site within the SAL is actually steeper upper slopes rather than the foothills and rolling tops. So, it's actually steeper land. I mean, do you think that's why it was left undeveloped?
Well, originally, yes, when Porirua was developed as a large housing area, it would have been relatively steep in comparison to the basin that was earthworked for housing.
And if you were then to look at the east-facing slopes outside the SAL, and that land is shown in Figure 22, how would you, in terms of those descriptors, there's one isn't there, but 2 to 4, how would you define the land that's on the east-facing slopes, the Silverwood block, effectively?
That slopes down towards Transmission Gully.
Yes.
Well, that's pretty steep. That's it's not shown on here because it's outside the SAL, but it gets steeper as it moves off the ridge to the east. It gets quite steep down towards Duck Creek.
Right.
There are pockets up closer to the ridge where the topography is more gentle, and that's where the housing has been suggested, but down towards the eastern side is not really usable. It's steep country.
Yes, and so I guess my next question is, if I'm just being diverted to your structure plan, that you still have managed to get some hillside living clusters.
Up near the ridge. Up near...
Well, quite a long way below the ridge line. In fact, there are a couple of clusters that are accessed at the eastern end of the Waitangarua Link Road.
Yes, and if you overlay that with the contour plan, it's apparent why. There are some flatter areas on the higher parts on that eastern side, and that's where the housing has been put.
Well, yes, there is housing there, but there is also, I'm trying to look at the hillside living is actually at the lower end of that slope. Have you got the structure plan in front of you, Mr. Hudson?
Yeah, no, just getting it.
I suppose I'm really just trying to tease out what the limitations of the site are, and because much of the evidence is actually focused on the SAL rather than on the wider site values.
Well, it is, because that is the more visible part. The SAL facing west is the more visible part, and possibly the more contentious part, because the SAL overlay. The primary constraint on the eastern side, I think, is the topography. And those, I'm just trying to find a suitable contour plan to show you, but
Well, I can tell you now there's one in the submission on page figure 42, page 40 of your report.
yes, I'm just looking at that.
Yes.
And you can see well, that's the slope analysis, and that shows up where the flat areas are. There's the road, the old existing road goes along on the eastern side of the ridge, and
Mr. Hudson, are you able to share that on your screen and illustrate that? Because it's difficult to sort of connect what you're saying with the plan.
Page.
Just to avoid any possibility that we're talking at cross purposes.
Page 40, para 67, starting on slope. It's in Appendix 3. 5 metre contours on it.
do you see that? No.
No.
Hopefully it's coming.
Am I enabled?
Yes. Yes.
And now,
You can see it now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you see my mouse?
yes,
Okay. There's a old forestry road goes along here, which is the route that we've chosen to replicate. And this is the ridge line is right up through the middle, and these are the flattest spots that I'm talking about, which have got the hillside living on them, and they depend on the topography. They stretch down to varying degrees down towards the east, towards Duck Creek, and then this dark purple colour is very steep.
Yes.
And that's the area which has not been suggested for housing.
That's right. And then there are two more clusters of hillside living in the northeast corner of the site.
Yep. There are. And that is all, that's all driven by the topography. And keeping, the other conscious thing was, there was an obvious thing would be to put them up on the ridge. Well, we said we don't want to do that. We don't want houses on the ridge. We don't want road ends on the ridge, crossing the ridge with big earthworks. So that's why they go down the sides here.
Right. So the place where the road does cross the ridge, which is further to the west, how is that accommodated?
That is guided by, well, let's go to which drawing would you like to use for the
The structure plan might be the easiest one. Though, sorry, a slight side question on the topographic plan. There's a red outline square sitting on the Waitangarua Hill ridgeline. That's right. Can you tell us what that is?
Oh, it's a different ownership. I think that's the trick. I'll look it up on QuickMap and tell you.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, I'll go to the structure plan in a minute, but while we're here, I was just interested in your evidence that you said outside the SAL boundary, the landscape character and values are much less vulnerable to change and there's a greater landscape capacity for development. Do you think that's strictly correct? And looking at the limitations you've just talked us through on the east-facing slopes.
It's true in a planning sense, I think, because it doesn't have the SAL over it, which brings its own set of constraints. But it's not so true in a topographical sense. You're correct. So that's what I was meaning.
Right. So would you say that in fact, if you then in fact there's greater development capacity within the SAL, if you ignore the SAL constraints from a topographic, is the converse true, that from a topographic point of view,
Yeah,
it's greater capacity for development?
that's right.
Right. Thank you. And can we switch to the structure plan now? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, you tell me which page you like. Is it, you want to work within the...
Attached to your evidence, perhaps. Page 3
Of the appendix.
of the appendix, or attached to your evidence. Take your pick.
multiple screens here. Just hold on a second.
That's not the Silverwood site in winter, is it? On your screen.
Yes, yes. Right, can you see that one?
Yes.
That one?
That's the one. Thank you. So
Yes.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, Julie, your question?
My question now we're on the structure plan is you've described a bit about the characteristics of the east-facing slopes. Looking at the north-facing slopes, I wonder if you can give us a bit of a description about the cluster that you've got in that basin, which I notice is an addition. Is the 2020, that land was an addition to the SAL with the 2020 assessment. That's the area, yes.
Right, well that's what we've called Whitby Views. It's a basin, as you say. It's got the attraction of being contained and north facing. So in terms of aspect, it's an attractive area for housing.
Is it highly visible?
No, not particularly. It's not visible from Waitangarua because of this ridge line out here. It is visible from parts of Whitby, but that is so rolling that it's quite limited as to how much can be viewed in when looking south from up here. There's some areas along the existing housing that can see it, but they're they're on rolling country, those existing places, and a lot of vegetation, and views are possible but broken.
Do you have any opinion on whether you think it is a fit within that SAL?
Well, it's a land use fit in terms of it being a continuation of pasture, but it is separated. It can be combined, but it can be also distinctly separated because of this ridge line down here. And they, as I said at the start, when you asked about what is the defining characteristic of the SAL, and I said it is the enclosing ridge line to the south of the whole Porirua Basin. This is not forming part of that because it's not seen as that enclosing ridgeline. It's a basin off to the northeast by itself. In terms of land use, it's consistent. In terms of characteristic, I don't think it is necessarily.
Right. And then my previous question, which I then diverted from, was about the point where the main road crosses over the ridgeline, and I wonder if you could talk a bit about how you think that can be accommodated without devaluing SAL attributes.
Now, that's across here.
That's the one, yes.
Yeah. Now, that is a point that we made in the landscape assessment, and it's also covered in the submission, in the planner's submission, which accompanied this application. The earthworks on roads should be limited. There was initially proposed a roading up through the ridge and crossing the ridge and a lot more impact. And Lauren White, who's coming on after me, will discuss this in detail. We said, no, we don't want to do that. So we've chosen this as a single crossing where the topography allows, but with the constraints which are outlined in the landscape assessment to minimise earthworks for roading and exclude things like street lighting, which draws attention to them. And I noticed that Rose mentioned those couple of factors yesterday when she was saying that she's concerned about those impacts, and we were too. And we put that, you can see it at paragraph 96 in the planner's submission. Those things are covered. So it depends on the topography where that road crosses, but it can be done, I think, in a suitable way.
Are there any of the old forestry tracks that were described to us yesterday? Is that the site of an old forestry track, or?
It could well be, but you can see the contours through on the structure plan, and
no.
That is. I can on my screen, sorry, but they're under that dark green, and they are following that road crossing is following a lower point in the climbing contours.
I can't see that, but that's all right. We can go back through the submission perhaps and cross-reference that point with the contours.
Yeah, that's not a continuous ridge. It's not a consistently sloping ridge where we've got the dark green and the white dots. It's a ridge and it's climbing, but it goes up and down as it climbs. And the trick would be to select a bit of a saddle in that. And that's why that black dotted road is not straight. It's because it's following those contours. And they are in there. I can see them on my screen, and when you're looking in from the west, that would be just behind a bit of a knoll
right
to the west of that black dotted line.
Yes, I suppose I'm wondering because yesterday we talked a bit about Waitangarua Hill, which we haven't seen defined anywhere on the plans. I'm sure you were listening when Ms Armstrong described how it's been added. The characteristics have been added to the SAL list of attributes, but the panel haven't seen any mapping of that hill or. Can you confirm whether the crossing is sitting within that Waitangarua Hill site, or is that not a piece of information you have?
Well, I searched after I heard those questions yesterday. I searched the topo maps and wherever I could to find out definitively where Waitangarua Hill is. And the best that I could find was the trig, which is just to the west of that crossing. But I would also, Chelsea Kershaw, who works with me, who's in on the Zoom as well, is may be able to contribute if we can allow her to speak, because she's got some more information possibly about the exact location of Waitangarua Hill. Is that possible to switch presenters?
I think that would be useful if it's reasonably brief.
Yes. Are you there, Chelsea?
Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. So that square, small square parcel that you identified earlier, that's to the northwest of that crossing point. Are you able to point that out, John, with your mouse?
Yeah, it's about there.
A bit further to the left and up a little bit.
We have it marked on one of the versions of the structure plan we have, thanks.
Yeah, so I'm
There it is there. It's
Yeah.
that square.
yeah, so that's the high point of what could be identified as Waitangarua Hill. And so that's that hill that backdrops the marae.
Well, thank
And
you.
so, to the best of my understanding, that's what is talked about as Waitangarua Hill. And so where that crossing point is actually a low point down below that. And so it creates this distinctive landform, to the northwest.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
No problem.
That square is actually shown on the structure plan. Can you see that?
Yes, we have it, thank you. It's just obscured a bit by the colour.
It is.
Right. And just to finish off, just looking at then the land that, if I'm interpreting correctly, the land that has the greatest SAL values, which are the west-facing slopes backdropped by the ridgeline. Can you just tell us a little bit about the Waitangarua community development that has been located in there in its landscape characteristics?
I'm not grasping your question, sorry, Commissioner.
Okay, see where the red circle is on the structure plan on the left-hand side of that's right. Then the clusters of development just within the site. Can you?
Here?
Yes. They're defined, I think, according to the key is Waitangarua community.
Yes.
So can you tell us a bit about the landform that's in there?
That's varied. It's sloping. The whole landform slopes from the west up to the ridgeline, obviously, across here. But you can see from the I can see from the contours that is a relatively flat basin in here, and that one there is relatively flat as well. So we've kept the streams separate, preserved those as non-development areas, but on where the topography allows, we have put in the housing, and that that is what that Waitangi rural community areas respond to, is the topography.
Right. Thank you. I think that's been a good description of the site for me. Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
Like I have got quick map has I'll show you the area there. There's the little square,
Yes.
and the ownership of that square is, I'll put it up so you can see it. Mr. Chair, you're used to reading these appellations.
I could if I had a telescope.
Yes.
There doesn't seem to be any details available for this parcel.
There's no details. I think it's a trick.
Can I jump in? I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. It is a local purpose reserve owned by Porirua City Council.
Well, thank you. It's good to have that solved. Purpose reserve. Yes, I have.
Mr. Hudson, taking over, you would have heard me asking Ms. Armstrong yesterday that both you and she appeared to be assuming that there was scope for a carefully designed, carefully controlled development within structure plan, and I was querying whether that was still the case in the light of the 2021 amendment and the mandated MDRS standards. Do you have a view about that, the extent to which the kind of development that you have envisaged is still able, well, so obviously it is able to be implemented, but does the council have the ability to ensure that it's implemented? That may be a planning question, and you can duck it if you want.
Well, Mr. Chair, I've just been through weeks of court in Auckland with Judge Newhook over this exact issue of qualifying matters, etc. And I'm going to mainly duck it because it is, and it ended up in court with multiple lawyers debating it. It is a planning and a legal issue. I know it was discussed in detail yesterday, and Commissioner McMahon made some interesting, put some interesting propositions forward, I think, to test the case. But firstly, I'd say that this needs to be viewed as an integrated development. Therefore, the whole site needs to be addressed. And it's not just the housing area, it's the non-housing areas which are equally important to it. The preservation of the character of the topography and the streams and the SALs and the vegetated, the significant natural areas, the whole thing needs to be seen as an integrated whole. How you achieve that with this dilemma of the standard saying, well, we've got to maximise everything, I'm not sure. It seems counterproductive on the one hand for the government to say, well, you've got to squeeze everything out, but on the other hand, when you do try and rezone land, then that is a threat that's over it. But look, I'm going to duck it because we've done the design. The design works well in the site, in my view, and how you achieve that, I think, is a primarily planning and legal issue.
And Understand. That's the only question I had. Commissioner Sinclair.
No, nothing.
Commissioner McMahon.
Yes, thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Hudson.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner.
I appreciate you want to duck that question, but I still want to put some questions to you on that topic, because presumably your advice will inform Ms. Blick in terms of appropriate zonings and appropriate zone treatment of the land within the structure plan. And so, well, firstly, I mean, you would expect to be giving advice to Ms. Blick on that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Because this issue really comes up in your statement of evidence, albeit in your conclusion, where you start off at paragraph 43 saying that the fuzz zone is appropriate because the land has capacity, but then you acknowledge the landscape constraints and identify pockets of within the topography which are well suited for residential dwellings, and that you've nicely illustrated that this morning through your answers to Julia. But I guess what's still in my mind though is how, if the fuzz zone is established over the entirety of the zone, how that would translate into specific zonings and specific areas on the structure plan that would allow for the sensitive design and achieve the landscape protection that you're seeking, and which Ms. Armstrong has raised some concern about. So that's a very long context into my question, and that is, when you consider the matters that you've outlined in paragraph 47 of your evidence, and these are matters that Ms. Armstrong's identified, which are the clustering of lots, lot sizes, minimising of earthworks and roads and building platforms, and design of built form. What's your expectation in terms of a zoning approach to achieve those design considerations?
Well, this was all prepared before the building policy statement came out, and it was an expectation that it would be done within, if there was flexibility within the existing urban zone provisions of the district plan, it'd be done within those, or else there'd be bespoke ones made for it.
And so that wasn't the case, obviously. So the converse of that question is, given what we know about the application of MDRS in its mandatory sense to any land that's true residential zone, are you saying that a residential zone without any constraints would not be appropriate and wouldn't deliver the sort of clustering approach or the lot sizes or the earthwork controls or the design and built form that your evidence is predicated on?
Yeah, that's probably, that's where it's heading, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess
That's
probably where
Can you just repeat your answer? I just want to be clear what your answer was, Mr. Hudson. I didn't quite hear.
Get Commissioner repeat the question, and then we get it in sequence.
Are you, I guess what I'm asking you is, would a residential zone that is subject to the MDRS rules that are mandated by the government, would that achieve the design considerations that are outlined in paragraph 47 of your evidence?
If the MDRS permitted standards overrule the residential zoning that we're proposing, then it would be potentially hard to achieve what we're what we're outlining. But I'm sure that there's ways through that, which is getting very much into planning,
Yes.
and Ms. Blick and I have discussed this, and there's a range of planning techniques or matters that can be applied to this to achieve what we're aiming for. You'd have a good discussion with her on this following me.
Just waiting for the chair to record that.
Yep. All good.
That's fine. And I was about to say before the timely intervention of the chair that I was going to leave that there and take that up with Ms. Blick. But just before I do, and I guess to signal to her the sort of questions I'm going to ask, those range of techniques presumably might include investigating whether the SAL, might be a qualifying matter on the MDS, or looking at a different zoning regime other than a residential zone that would be subject to MDRS, such as lifestyle, large lot, residential, and I don't know what the other options are, and that's what I need to discuss with Ms. Blick. But as a general proposition, those two alternatives are ones that you're referring to when you refer to other techniques?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to, my last topic of question is about the structure plan. And I just want to understand how it fits into both the process and the outcome. So firstly, in terms of the process, your landscape evaluation work presumably has informed the production of the draft structure plan in terms of the developed areas, and it's got your logo on it. So you and your colleague were directly involved in the production of that?
Oh, yes, it was a whole team approach. Stephanie coordinated a workshop where all the experts came together. We did site visits together. Each produced our own take on the site. Got together, worked out what the constraints were, what the opportunities were.
Yeah.
Did our own assessments, and then came together to produce this one where we could all agree to it.
Yes. Okay, and that constraints and opportunity exercise, presumably that came early in the exercise, in the process?
Well, that was the process.
Yes.
The aim was to produce a structure plan, so it wasn't just, well, produce it and then go and justify it. It was gather the information and produce it.
Yes. Does the structure plan, in your view, and this is a question for the planners also, have a role beyond the process of informing development? Does it have an enduring role, albeit maybe in a different form, in terms of zone rules going forward?
Oh yes, yeah. The two go together.
Okay. Is the plan that's in front of me at the moment, the draft structure plan, is that in a format suitable for planning provisions, or would it need to be altered in some way? Would it need to have more nuanced or more definite iterations to it?
You probably better ask Stephanie that, because she's the one that writes the provisions around it. But it's enough to give a very good guide as to provisions. As what's going through my mind, David, is that we've got things like the freshwater management, the MPS, and there's a lot of other directions that need to be taken account of.
Yes.
So
I guess
while this may be, this gives a very good guide where we want to go to, we've got to take account of more things than is shown on here.
Okay, no, I understand that. Sometimes I can't help myself asking planning questions to non-planning witnesses, but just so that you know, and you don't need to answer this, Ms. Blick will, but I guess what I'm trying to ascertain is whether the plan, the draft structure plan, is sufficient just to determine a zoning pattern, and therefore it finishes its useful application, or whether it has an enduring life that, regardless of what the zoning pattern is, it still informs design and location within that zoning pattern going forward.
Yes, it would. Yeah.
Okay. In producing the structure plan, and you've come up with these development areas, the 5 development areas, which are, you know, hillside living, Whitby views, Waitangarua community, hilltop clusters and bush living. To what extent, and I apologise if this is covered in the landscape assessment, but to what extent did you give thought to housing typologies that would be consistent with those development areas?
Chelsea, can you jump in here? You're across this a bit more than I am.
Yes, so we didn't go into too much detail around the design of the built form or those kinds of matters, but we identified them as having a need for potential controls. For example, there'd likely need to be height restrictions in certain building sites for the hilltop clusters and those kinds of matters. So we identified that there'd be potentially a need for them, but we didn't go into the detail at this stage.
Yes, so
And I'd also suggest, Commissioner, that you ask Lauren White, who's coming after me.
yes, just
She, being the urban designer, is very much able to answer these as well.
Yes, I'm just conferring with my fellow commissioner as to whether Ms White had a brief of evidence.
No brief of evidence.
No.
But we asked her to attend because we had some questions.
No, that's fine. Okay, well, you're right. That there's a better question for her. But to Chelsea, what I'm hearing from you is that you've given some consideration to bulk and location type parameters, but not necessarily design parameters at this stage.
Yeah, so it's kind of in the back of your mind as you're locating particular areas suitable for development. With regard to, well, there would be controls that we could put in place to make this appropriate, but not to the level of detail where those would be specified.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you and Mr Hudson is that the approach is to identify no and go areas, to then ascribe a type of development area to those go areas, then to give some consideration to parameters controlling height and bulk, and then thirdly, at some stage, to then maybe have some control on design.
Exactly.
Yes, and I guess from Ms Blick's benefit, and I guess to the extent that Ms White wants to comment on it, what I'm needing to know is how the planning regime would attend to that approach, particularly on all 3 things: the no-go, go, the bulk and location, and the design. With a standard residential zone as option 1, and with bespoke, I'll call them bespoke residential zones not subject to the MDRS as another option.
Yeah.
So hopefully that's sufficient headway for Ms Blick to address that, and Ms White may want to also. And
But both of those are quite common techniques to if you have a specific site and you want to have actual precinct type of provisions around it.
yes,
Both of those techniques are quite common.
yes. But the reason I'm asking this question is Ms Sweetman has quite rightly said is if you go with a bog standard and accuse the colloquialism residential zone, then that'll be subject to the MDRS, and unless that's subject to a qualifying matter on the cell, and unless there are some bespoke provisions outside the cell, then you might have to look at an alternative to the general residential zone. That's my understanding of what Ms. Sweetman's
Yeah,
advised us.
that's the dilemma she pointed out yesterday. And as to your earlier questions, the two options that you gave are still valid options to try and circumvent that type of sledgehammer approach from the policy overall government direction.
Okay, well, I will leave it there, and we'll take that up with Ms. Black at the appropriate time.
Good.
Thank you both.
Saith, I think that's all we have for both of you, Ms. Hudson and Ms. Kershaw. We should move on to Ms. White.
Good. Thank you.
Ms. White, are you out there?
Morena, everybody, can you hear me?
We can indeed. We asked you to attend, although you don't have any evidence, because we had one or two questions arising out of your report. Ask Commissioner Williams to go first.
Good morning, Ms. White. I'll leave Commissioner McMahon to talk about perhaps the housing typologies, but my question was really based on connectivity and access through the site, and observing the range of plans in the overall submission. It's clear that I'm really focused on specifically the access link from Waitangarua Link Road through the SNA.
Yeah.
And it's clear that the SNA grew in size from the beginning of the planning process. And perhaps one might question its viability in that location now. So my question is, in terms of the overall connectivity through the site, would it be the end of the world if that connection couldn't be effected?
The connection through the SNA?
Yes.
Well, I think obviously as much connectivity as possible is ideal. If that particular connection couldn't be made, and I can see that it is quite steep as it comes off Waitangarua Road, and that's why we kind of indicated you have to, go with the contour a little bit. Then really the eastern side is fairly dependent, obviously, on the western side to get access, and to have that whole area really just accessed off one or two intersections with Waitangarua Road is less than ideal. That's why, in terms of the structure plan, we proposed that access on the basis that it delivers a more resilient and more connected development, and that the eggs that we're breaking with respect to the SNA can then be mitigated or offset in other areas of the site, so that the structure plan's kind of chasing a win-win situation. And in classic urban design, fashion, we're balancing the competing constraints. And so in my view, that's a better outcome, from a pure landscape point of view, or an ecological point of view. There may be a different opinion there. The connection that's way to the east, the one that's really close to Transmission Gully, and that really just gives access to some of those smaller clusters on the hillside living area. So I think that link is actually quite key to achieving resilient and a kind of a basic level of accessibility through the whole site. It also potentially gives access into Belmont Regional Park, which is another benefit that accrues from that particular move, if you like.
Sorry, which connection would give you access to Belmont Regional Park?
The one where you're coming in on the Silverwood side from the Link Road, and then follow a road that kind of is just on the eastern side of the ridge, which could potentially then come all the way down, as the structure plan indicates, to give access into Belmont Regional Park, which is hard to get from the western side of the site.
But you would still have that linkage. I mean, I'm going back that if you couldn't get the link through the SNA,
Yeah.
it's
Or
not
you could come
it's not
all
a
the way-
deal
you could
breaker
come all
for
the way
that.
around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the other links are quite easy to achieve, and the ones that operate on the western side are.
Yeah. Yeah, the western side is easier, and the actual intersection on the eastern side is relatively easy from a topographical, because obviously the levels are already established on the Link Road, and then we've got the topography kind of coming up off the road. And even though that eastern one, from a levels perspective, if I remember correctly now, back to our discussions with the land development engineers, that's actually relatively easy. It's just that because of the topography, we're not 100% confident that you can actually then loop back up closer to the ridge line, because it gets too steep. But those are aspects that can potentially be further explored, with another iteration of the structure plan.
Right, thank you. I think I'll pass you on to Commissioner McMahon now to follow up his previous questioning.
Just bear with me a minute, Miss White, while I get my ducks in one row.
No problem.
Can you tell me, Ms. White, what numbering your design report starts at in the submission?
What numbering the design report starts at? My urban design assessment report?
That's the one, yes.
As in, what appendix is it?
Yes.
Is that what you? Okay, that I can tell you now. Bear with.
Perhaps Mr. Dawson can.
It's appendix 3 in the submission, I think.
Page?
Is that correct?
What's the start of
On the
it?
bottom, page 3 of 156.
Here we are.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Okay, just want to start with some generic questions, Ms. White, about your involvement in the approach. We heard from Mr. Hudson that it was a team approach and involved constraints and opportunities and workshops involving planners, etc. Can you just perhaps in a thumbnail sketch just give us an indication of how that occurred, the timeframes and the key learnings from that informed the urban design approach?
Sure. So I've been involved with the project, from the very beginning. I can confirm that I've spent a bit of time on site with Peter's, a notable day where we climbed all the way up to the ridge from Waitangi, Waitangi Link Road, and looked out, from that ridge over the Land Corp land and to the north and west, and so I'm familiar with the site. I'm also familiar with structure plan development processes in general. I have a fair bit of experience in that regard. And so from the very beginning, I was involved in drawing together the inputs from many different other, technical experts. And I see my role really as pulling those different and sometimes competing opportunities and constraints together, and finding a way through, at the same time providing a vision for how the site can be developed that everyone in the team can buy into and can contribute to, and so that ultimately we end up with a proposal that does propose or sort of puts forward a particular vision and a kind of a clear idea of what can be developed on the site, which is supported then by all the other technical experts. And John kind of traversed an example we had, which kind of, tweaked my memory about that road across the ridge. Initially, I'd indicated it in a different location, and we're talking now about sort of sketches and butter paper and emailing and workshopping back and forth. How about this? How about this? What about this? No, I don't like that. Move that road. And so it's been an iterative process where, there's that picture, if you like, in terms of the structure plan has changed quite a bit over the process. And we've landed at a particular point in time, and I fully expected, another iteration to occur as well, where additional information or some more detail about something, or stakeholder input or council or whatever might then tweak that structure plan again. And then at the same time we work with Ms. Blick to work out what the necessary provisions are to actually deliver on that particular vision.
Yes, just on that, a couple of questions arising, probably in reverse order. The first one is, presumably you've been listening in over the last day or two.
I have, yes.
Have you heard anything?
Very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad you have, because it's important that you get a feel for the flavour. So thank you for that. Have you heard anything in terms of future constraints and opportunities that you didn't initially consider, or if you did consider, have a different slant on it that might result in obvious changes to the further iteration of the structure plan? Is there anything that's come in over the last day and a half that would fit into that category?
Nothing sort of structurally, if you like. I think in terms of the structural components of the structure plan, I think they're still standing strong. I think where the difference is the MDRS and the potential zoning and how we navigate a way through that.
Yeah.
And that was always anticipated that another iteration and another planning process would be needed to actually chart that course.
Yes. Well, let's agree that we'll address those matters to Ms. Blick then, so we don't get too bogged down in that.
If I may, Commissioner, just add a comment about the MDRS. In my opinion, I mean, I'm not afraid necessarily of the implications of the MDRS for some parts of the site. I think there are some parts of the site that can handle that kind of medium density development and not devalue the landscape.
Can you be more specific in relation to the 5 development areas on the structure plan?
So the Waitangi-Rua community areas, the yellow ones on the structure plan, they are more gentle slopes. They're really close to the community in terms of the services, the schooling, the reserves, the shops, etc., as well as public transport. And so we can get pedestrian and cycle links from that Waitangi-Rua community areas, those clusters, if you like. And I think we always imagined that they would be really part of that community, hence the name, if you like. And medium density housing on those more gentle, lower slopes, I think would be a really good outcome.
Okay, so that's area 3.
That's number 3, Waitangi-Rua. Yes. Then Whitby Views, number 2, also fairly gentle slopes. I mean, well, everything's quite steep there's no flat areas on the site, but relatively gentle. The northern aspect is really good. An aspect, I think, in medium density housing is quite important because you get smaller open, smaller outdoor areas, smaller houses, and access to sun and view is something that makes those kinds of densities a lot more amenable. And so that Whitby views, perhaps less so than Waitangirua community, but I think there are some locations in that particular cluster, if you like, where it might be appropriate. Again, also really close to a bus route, which will take you into Waitangirua, Porirua, Whitby, etc.
So we might put that into the potential category.
It could work, and how it actually gets designed at a subdivision level, it's kind of a detailed subdivision design and resource consent level. I think that can play out, as we go. And
Yes.
and I wouldn't be worried about that kind of density in those locations. And I'd go almost a little further in a way that number 4, the hilltop clusters, which is high elevated land on the eastern side of the ridge, and subject to the kind of natural ground level of any housing, and subject to what you can see for, say, a 2-story house from the key viewpoints that Mr. Hudson and Ms. Kershaw would identify or want to protect. There may even be some small parts of that area that could easily accommodate some terrace houses, some duplexes, those kinds of typologies. There's no reason why they cannot locate in some of those areas too. But how we get there in terms of including clusters, and I always like a development stage, if you like, and of course this would be staged. There'd be multiple development stages, bringing this site to life. And if each little development stage, call it 100 lots or so, which is kind of fairly normal, would have some medium density housing within it and some larger lots, which would then be located on sort of steeper areas or close to drainage corridors, or that might be getting closer to that ridge line.
Yes, I'm struggling a little bit with your with this in relation to area 4.
Yeah.
You used the term, you referred to 2-story dwellings.
Yeah.
My understanding of the MDS would allow heights up to 11 plus 1.
Yeah, could be 3 stories.
Which is 3 stories as of right.
Yeah.
With reduced setbacks, with increased site coverage and reduced height to boundary recession plane, and with no control necessary over design, colour, palette, texture, that sort of thing. So, how can you be confident that MDS type development would be applicable in the hilltop clusters? Because Mr. Hudson seemed to have a slightly different view.
Yeah. Well, if we can be sure that the natural ground levels of that area or parts of that area were low enough relative to the ridge line that you could accommodate 11 meters of a building, then I would think there's no particular implication for the landscape, in terms of what you see of that ridge line. And if you can't see the roofs, and you can only see them from the eastern side, from the transmission gully side, then is there actually an impact on the landscape value?
Okay. Mr. Hudson's addressed this earlier and through the questions of Mr. Williams, and I thought he said that there was a sort of a inverse/perverse relationship between the east and west side, and that the east side was steeper but less visible, whereas the western side was more visible but not quite as steep.
Yes.
And
yes.
and are you relying on his characterisation and the answer that you just gave in relation to the hilltop cluster area.
The ridge line, I think the ridge line is actually slightly inside, the boundary between the Landcorp and the Silverwood block. And so there are parts of that area 4 which are off the ridge line, i.e. on the eastern side of the ridge line, and potentially not visible from the west. And it becomes then really a matter of identifying where those flatter areas are that are at an appropriate natural ground level to enable that kind of building height to occur.
Okay.
And that, again, is the sort of detailed design that needs to follow through on the basis that we can make sure we get some housing variety in, that we make the best use of the land in this location, and at the same time maintain the landscape values.
Okay. Can I just tell you what I've heard from you and let me know that I've recorded it? So in relation to the Area 3, the Waitangirua community, you're thinking there's pretty good potential there for MDS style. In relation to Area 2, you still think there's some potential, but it needs to be considered?
Yeah, particularly given that it's, the sensitivity with FAL.
Yes.
Yeah.
And with Area 4, slightly elevated in terms of its the risks, and that whilst there might be potential, it would have to be very, very carefully considered in terms of its visibility.
Visibility. I think you got it.
Okay.
What about at Area 1?
Yeah, that's
The maps.
Area 1. Area 1. I mean, we always thought that it was appropriate that different parts of the site would kind of have different residential character. And so Area 1 is the steeper east-facing slopes. And so I think the density on those slopes may well be lower. It depends on the amount of earthworks that we would be comfortable with, or any particular provisions that are crafted to ensure that there's landscaping or mitigation to any of those earthworks, or ways to integrate housing onto those slopes. But given it's not protected from a landscape and visual point of view, then it comes down to just the kind of the feasibility and the practicality of delivering housing on those gradients, and not wanting to cut the slopes up too much. And of course, but housing is changing. Like one of the witnesses yesterday was talking about the size of houses coming down just from an affordability perspective. Smaller footprints, smaller houses, smaller footprints, potentially easier to accommodate on sloping land.
Yes. Ms. White, for completeness, I'm going to ask you to comment on Area 5, but before we leave Area 1, can you just confirm that Area 1 is the four clusters on the eastern side, plus the area on the northern side of the Waitangirua Link Road?
Yes, sort of the darker orange bits on the structure plan, yeah.
And what's the red shading on that northern?
The red shading.
The hatching.
That's a setback to Duck Creek.
Okay.
Like a kind of a drainage, almost like a riparian setback, because Duck Creek wraps around, and that land is quite low lying.
Okay.
Quite close in elevation to the creek itself, and
okay.
if I remember correctly, that
it might be black. Sorry, it is black. Is that the drainage corridor protection area? Is that what?
Yeah.
Sorry, it appeared red on my thing, but it is black. Yes.
Yeah. No, I see that. Yeah.
So what do you call that I mean, that's a very odd allotment shape, isn't it? Mr. Tiedemann might be able
Lot
to.
6 north, yeah.
Yeah, lot
Sort of a-
6 north.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll possibly benefit from a site visit up there to the end of that. But presumably those allotments at the end are developed right up to that cul-de-sac, are they?
They do, yes.
Yes.
So that is
Does it drop
And-
down or continue right? What does it do? Does it drop down after?
the topography in Lot 6 North,
Yes.
that funny little shape, but that topography is not too bad. I mean, Peter can confirm, but that's particularly the land close to Duck Creek is actually fantastic opportunity for lots there. Not too steep, great proximity to the creek.
Okay.
And then we anticipated that the opportunity would then arise to provide a pedestrian linkage from that area back to Waitangi Link Road, which is
Right.
a great opportunity.
The contours sort of indicate that sort of a V-shaped gully between the Whitby Link Road and the developed area to the northwest to the cul-de-sac. Is that your understanding?
Well, it falls to the east down to Duck Creek, which borders that little piece of land. So it's not so much a gully. I think it really sort of falls down to the creek to the east and to the east.
So it's lower lying. Yeah, okay. Okay, and just finally for completeness, for the bush living area, Area 5, is that all on the western side?
Stop over here.
Is it?
So the bush living was really a almost like a kind of a rural lifestyle kind of approach where you have a much lower density because it's teasing up into the more visually sensitive areas, or it's on land that is really, really steep, and there may just be kind of a development or a little building platform there or a building platform over there. And so I imagine as the detail comes through in that area, we would probably also be identifying every building platform, if you like, and how you would actually get to it rather than, just leaving it, up to, chance that there's a lot of control then, if you like, as to what happens in those areas. And, John and Kelsey referred to that kind of sliding scale, if you like, of control over these different clusters.
Yes.
Some we can be more relaxed about, but that bush living is one that would have to be really, really carefully dealt with at detailed design stage. Yeah.
Yes, and you're saying perhaps a parent zoning might be rural lifestyle there.
Yeah, or some sort of. I don't think it's.
When I say zoning, I mean zoning outcome.
Yeah, and it's not. It's the kind of environment you can't just kind of carve up into like, everything's a 1,000 square meter section or something.
Yes.
It may be that there's a smaller lot somewhere which is kind of manageable, but then there might be a lot right next door. It's kind of classic cluster approach. The lot next door might be 2 hectares or something, but it's a way of, I think, also managing the open space, as John referred to, that there's a land management plan that comes together with that development of housing, so that again that we're chasing a win-win scenario where we've got a good way of managing the open space that is in between these clusters.
Yes. You would have heard yesterday that.
Commissioner, I'm looking at the time and thinking I need a cup of coffee.
Yep.
How long have you got to go with this witness?
2 minutes.
How many questions?
2 questions in the brief. You would have heard yesterday the term large lot residential, and I think that's defined by the national. Is that defined by the national planning? Yes, it's defined, but not necessarily a useful definition.
large lot is larger than something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't know how big these lots are, do
No.
we? No.
Do any of those development areas equate to that concept, do you think? Any of those 5 areas?
Well, I guess I don't know what the large lot,
Yeah.
what it is, but I think that the approach to the development of this land needs to be tailored such that there isn't a kind of a wash of provisions, if you like, that says, oh, in all this land, you know, minimum lot sizes, and I'm just making stuff up here, minimum lot size is 1,000 square meters, because that I don't think that would get the outcome that we're chasing here. We envisaged a much more nuanced, clustered type of approach where the landscape values and the topography itself really inform very clearly the outcome with respect to subdivision and development. And just saying, oh, 800 square meters everywhere, I mean, then I think that's a problem. Yeah.
Okay. The final question relates to your figure 9 in your report, which is a summary of opportunities and constraints. It's a graphic summary.
Oh, yeah.
Was there any particular constraint that caused you the most problem, or combination of constraints that you're able to identify?
Definitely the SAL, I think, was a key driver, because that really determines, you know, where development can establish. That and the access and the topography,
Thank you.
I think, rise to the top.
Thank you.
Where to get access points, how to get a good level of you know, accessibility through the site, and respect those contours.
Yes, that came through in your discussion with Commissioner Williams, so thank you for that. I'll leave it there and we can enjoy a coffee perhaps.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Ms. White. We will
Thank
adjourn
you.
and return at 11 o'clock. Are we going to Mr Thompson?
Yes, we are, and what I've asked Mr Thompson to do is to give you a very brief summary of the key points of his evidence. I believe that you've also received a supplementary statement from him.
We have indeed.
Yep. So I've told him that you're familiar with all the stuff and to summarise the key points in 5 minutes or less.
2 minutes would be good.
2 minutes would be better. It is a fairly technical.
Yes.
Subject.
Let's just say what I don't want him to do is what Mr Osborne did yesterday.
Funnily enough, I said the same thing to him last night. Let's see how we go. But I've asked him to keep it brief and succinct.
Thank you.
And then you'll go to any questions. So if you could do that, Mr Thompson, that'd be great.
Absolutely, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Just before I do my brief summary, it may assist the panel to be familiar with some of the work I've done in this area. I've initially completed the Auckland Council Development Capacity Model as part of the Auckland Plan Review. I was requested to do that by the Independent Hearings Panel, which I did pro bono. And that capacity model formed the basis for the MPS UDC, with the Ministry for the Environment overseeing some of that work and using that as a springboard. And I subsequently advised MFE on this type of modelling, which further assisted them with the drafting of the MPS UDC. And more recently, this year, MFE has asked me to do a review of the Tier 1 HBAs, which is the housing feasibility assessments, of course. And that was completed mid this year or several months ago. So I have a reasonable amount of experience in this area. So in terms of my summary, I didn't think I'd read through my summary statement that I've provided, given the panel is clearly wanting to keep things moving. I do have a few brief comments which I'll make, which should only take a couple of minutes. The first area that I think is worth noting to the panel is the majority of demand for housing in Porirua is under $600,000, and only 9% of sales in Porirua have been for under 600,000, and the modelling that the council has done, that Mr Osborne has done, indicates that only 1% of houses will be under 600,000. So that does not paint a great picture. With the MDRS model, which is the most recent, I don't have any information on that. None was available in terms of pricing and other reporting. But I think it's likely that only 1% of dwellings within that model will be for under 600,000, give or take. And then with what's realised on the ground, the MPSUD refers to realisable development capacity, and there's different ways of considering that. My view is that if the pricing of dwellings that are offered to the market do not match with what people can afford to pay, then it's not likely to be realised. So that would be the standard, and I note that's a difference between Mr Osborne and I. The second brief point I'd make is that the operative district plan has quite enabling infill provisions, and under that plan there has been 46 dwellings per annum that have been built in infill locations, and those dwellings have had an average price of over $1 million, so they've not been affordable. And there is a unique situation in that the operative plan, being so enabling for infill, provides a useful basis for understanding future infill potential. And to that extent, a capacity model is not critical when we can actually look at what's happening on the ground. And I would conclude that there's not a lot happening on the ground. One of the things that was mentioned yesterday, which I think is worth mentioning briefly, is Mr Osborne's view was that higher prices higher dwelling prices would lead to lower dwelling prices as it would support more infill. That's quite concerning to me. That's not correct. If the prices of houses go up, then the prices of houses will go up further. Higher prices will lead to higher prices. That's just a simple fact. And I can explain that further if needed. And there are actually studies that confirm that that was the case in Auckland, academic studies from the university in Auckland. The last thing that I'd mention is that Mr. Osborne said that other cities had gone through short-term pain and that Porirua needed to go through further short-term pain in terms of dwelling prices to achieve these infill objectives that he has. I don't think that that's a good recommendation. The current house pricing is $960,000 on average. The current rents are $700 per week, which is the highest in New Zealand, which is quite an incredible statistic to contemplate. And any further increase in prices I would suggest that the population, particularly the lower income households, have incurred enough short-term pain, and what they need is the opposite, not more. That recommendation, I estimate, would come at a cost of several $billion, $5 to $10 billion, if prices keep going up the way they are to the community. The last brief note I would make is Mr. Dawson noted yesterday that housing supply and demand has become quite contentious, and it's not the only consideration. I do agree with Mr. Dawson. I think the Silverwood site is well located for urbanisation. Mr. Osborne and I do agree on that. It has good infrastructure. It's close to the CBD. It's close to commercial centres. So in itself, it could be supported for urbanisation, irrespective of the question of supply and demand. And one thing to note with this site is it does appear to be the closest site to the CBD when compared to all the other future urban zone sites. So that one factor alone, I think, is worth considering. And I do, in my evidence, in paragraph 65 in my figure 11, have a map of the greenfield and future urban zone land in one map, which is a useful reference. And you'll see if you review that particular map that there is that the proposed future urban zone for this site would be the closest to the CBD. That's all I wanted to run through. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. First, a technical point. I think I know what you mean, but I think I need you to get you to say it for the record. Go to paragraph 6 of your evidence. You tell us that you have faithfully complied with the code and you'll continue to comply with it when giving oral evidence before the Environment Court. To make a stunning statement of the obvious, we are not the Environment Court, so telling us that you will comply with the code and giving evidence before the court doesn't actually get us very far.
Yes, my apologies. That should read that I'm familiar with the Environment Court Code of Conduct and will apply the same standards to this hearing.
This now going to the substance. You take a strong point in disagreeing with Mr. Osborne about the relevance of house pricing to supply and demand. He says, well, it's not as simple as that, and that if it were just a matter of increasing supply, the prices wouldn't be going down now because supply hasn't changed. And so what's your answer to that?
So you have the supply, which is the amount of land that the council zones, and then you have the demand, which is the number of people in the market, and other factors such as interest rates can impact on how much money people have available. So there's a range of macroeconomic factors on the demand side beyond just population growth or household growth. Those macroeconomic factors have a small impact on price. And the predominant factor that impacts price is the supply of land. In my opinion, the figure 1 in my summary statement outlines some summary results from a study that I completed looking at the quantity of greenfield land across the main cities in New Zealand, and it quite clearly demonstrates that the cities with a strong supply of greenfield land have the lowest prices, and in particular Christchurch, being the second biggest city and the second fastest growing city in the country, has up until recently very affordable housing, or relatively affordable housing. And the only explanation for that I can ascertain is that the strong supply of greenfield land and the number of owners of that greenfield land, i.e. the number of developers that can produce lots to the market, supply them to the market, is what's enabling those prices to be lower. So yeah, I think Mr. Osborne's comments on the macroeconomic factors being more important but not correct. I think they play a very small role, and the council plays a very large role in terms of how much land is enabled for development, and particularly the number of developers or developments that are enabled in the market at any one time. That's quite a critical factor, which is a little abstract and complicated, but it's critical to understanding whether you have a competitive land and development market. If you take an extreme example, if you had 1 or 2 developers that control all the greenfield land in a city or town, they could increase the price and reduce how much they supply to the market. Whereas if you have 10 to 20 developers or developments, which I recommend is the required number for Porirua, then you get competition, and that pushes the price down and increases the diversity of housing that's offered. And the potential development for this site to have low-cost housing for the local iwi is a good example of that diversification that can occur when you have more developers in the market.
You've raised a number of questions, but first of all, looking at that figure 1, do you have? Can you give us comparable where Porirua sits in that comparison?
I haven't.
I think where it says Wellington, that's Wellington City.
That's the region.
Is it? Oh, so that is Wellington region.
Yes. No, my apologies, sir. That's the Wellington City area. Just reading the footnotes here.
Yes, there. I think that's what I read. That's in Mr. Thompson's summary statement. So, can you just do you have those figures available? I'm not asking for you to read them out right now, but if you have them available, can I ask you to pass them through, Mr. Dawson, and for our information?
Absolutely, I can provide that information for Porirua so you can have a benchmark.
The next question is, the thought occurred to me, first of all, that one obvious distinction between Porirua and indeed Wellington region generally and Christchurch is that Christchurch has a very large area of flat, easily developed land encircling it on 2 sides. Certainly to the west, the Waimak is a constraint into the north, but I think you've got Kaiapoi up there as a Commissioner McMahon's much more familiar with the geography of Canterbury than I am, but it has a large area of flat, developable, potentially developable land, whereas you look at Ms. White described Silverwood saying it's all steep, just some is steeper than others. None of it's flat. So is that a distinction?
It's It's a factor. I don't think it's the main factor. Christchurch, following the earthquake, it's well known, had a large amount of greenfield land live zoned for development, and that has created an anomalous situation for that city and provides a useful case study for the other cities in New Zealand of the same size. That's the primary reason why Christchurch has such a large quantity of land available for development, for greenfield development. Wellington obviously has a different terrain, but that's not to say that it can't service more land and have a similar strong supply of greenfield land if it chooses to do so. It may mean that it has to it takes on a different shape as it grows, of course, but there's no practical reason that I'm aware of for why the regional Porirua can't grow further. And indeed, the future urban zone land around Porirua is a case in point. It's a reasonably large quantity of land that's been identified as suitable for urban development.
I say no reason why it can't supply more land, but presumably the topography comes at a cost in terms of development cost.
Yes, absolutely it does. There may be additional costs in terms of getting the trunk infrastructure there. There may be additional costs in subdividing in terms of the local infrastructure for each of the lots. Those costs are borne by the developer or covered or recovered through rates and development contributions. So all of those costs are covered by the purchasers of those properties. And as long as the developer can sell those lots that are developed at a price that covers those various costs for infrastructure, then the development will be feasible and will charge ahead. If you compare the costs of that development scenario to an urban infill development scenario, I would say in some cases it would be less expensive, in some cases it would be more expensive, and it would be a case-by-case consideration.
And going to your summary statement, you make the statement that developers must compete to sell to all buyers, including lower income and first home buyers. It's the must that I'm interested in. Why must they? To explain where I'm coming from, I'm familiar with the situation in Queenstown. I'm more familiar with the situation in Queenstown, where the district plan has zoned land for medium density development, but the local developers prefer to build large, more expensive homes, apparently because they're easier to sell and their overall return might be less, but it's much more certain. So why must developers compete to supply to the full range of the market? I know the government would like them to, but why?
It's a market incentive for them to do so. If you have a market where there's two developers that control the majority of the land, they're incentivized to sell fewer lots to the market at a higher price, essentially drip feed to the market, and take a low risk approach in terms of the product they offer, and therefore they often will do a larger lot with a conventional dwelling on it, because that's a straightforward development proposition that many developers are familiar with. If you take that same scenario and add a third, a fifth, a 10th, a 15th developer to the market, as each of those additional developers come into the market, they will have a piece of land and they will need to make a decision about what type of housing they build on it. And if the existing 5 developers are all selling large single house lots, they've got a choice of whether they supply the same and have a slower sale rate, or whether they perhaps sell terraced house lots and have a faster sale rate. So what they're essentially trading off is the profit versus the time it takes to achieve that profit. So if they came to the market and they chose to sell larger lots, they may sell 20 per annum, and they may make more money for every lot they sell. However, it will take them a long time to make that money. And conversely, if they decide to do terrace housing, they may sell 100 lots per annum, and even though they're making less profit per lot, they're making that profit more quickly. So it's the cost of time versus the profit from different development options that they're trading off. And that's not too complex, but that is the reality that the developers face.
And is also the reality that with the rising interest rates, that is going to sharpen developers' perspective, because to date they've had very cheap money, and so in applying your logic, it's not expensive to sit and wait. So is there a causal connection there that we can expect a great, to the extent that situation plays out, it will become the attractiveness of sitting and waiting will diminish?
So again, there's not a simple answer to that, but I can answer it. A developer can in part be a producer of lots which are sold for a profit, and in part be a land banker. So if you have a 1,000 lot development and you control 50% of all new greenfield development land in a particular town or city, you may choose to release 50 lots to the market per annum and do so at a higher price, even though there may be potential for you to sell 100 lots to the market per annum to fully meet demand. The reason why a developer would do that is because they would see the price of their land asset, their development site, going up over time at a rate that's the same as or faster than the cost of interest to hold that land. So to explain that more simply, if you're a developer and you've been sitting on a 500 lot development site and selling 50 lots per annum, you've made more money from the growth of that development site's value than you have from selling lots potentially. And that is one of the reasons why developers don't sell quickly. If you have a competitive market like Christchurch, where there are a lot of developers that compete against each other, they don't expect the value of that development site to go up over time. So they sit there paying interest, looking at their financial accounts. They have a sense of urgency to develop the site and sell those lots quickly. So they're incentivized to sell quickly because they don't have those holding costs offset with the growth of their asset, of their development site asset.
Is there a danger trying to base planning decisions on the psychology of developers, assuming that developers will make rational financial decisions based on the factors, or because of the range of different inputs to personal decisions?
I think all developers have different incentives and approaches. If you have inherited a farm that's now a development site, that gives you quite a different approach or incentive than if you've paid $1 million per hectare for a development site. If you're a standalone developer versus an infill or terrace house developer, then that gives you a different approach and set of incentives. So there is that variability, but my view generally would be that developers are all making decisions within the constraints of the market, as I've outlined in the previous two answers to a large extent. And if they weren't to do that, they would run the risk of not staying in business or not making as much money as they otherwise would.
Now, what you've been discussing is an interesting commentary on the market at large. We, of course, have to make a decision on the zoning of one block of land with two owners. So in terms of what you're saying about the desirability of having 15 developers, here we're talking about adding one integrated developer, one integrated development and two developers. What difference can that make in terms of making the market as a whole more competitive if it'll only be competitive when you've got 15?
Well, every step in the direction towards an efficient market is going to have significant benefits. I mean, the contrary approach is the one outlined by Mr. Osborne, which is that the district should have more short-term pain, which is more house price inflation, and that would lead to a good economic future, which I think is certainly not the case. The future urban zone, of course, needs to go through those other steps before you have those developments entering the market. And you have the existing greenfield developments, of course, which I outline in my figure in the report in my evidence that I referred to previously. And the future urban zone, of course, as well. The combination of those two would enable a greater number of developments over time if they were considered to be necessary. So having that potential to increase the number of developers in the market is critical. But in terms of your question specifically, yeah, I think every additional developer would make a significant enough difference to make it worth considering. In this case, for example, the potential development on the site is for affordable housing for the local iwi, and it may be a particular type and structure of ownership, such as leasehold, that's entirely different to everything else. So that could make a material difference for that part of the population. And I could run through many similar examples where new developments have offered something quite unique and different, and that's just a normal process of the market.
You use slightly different language there. You said, first of all, that every extra one would provide a significant benefit, and then you said every extra one would make a significant enough difference to be worth considering. And that's quite different, because when you started, I was waiting for you to finish, then to ask you how you could possibly know that every single one would make a significant benefit. But as I say, you swap between them. So where are you sitting?
So as you go from too few developers or developments in the market to enough developers or developments in the market to have an efficient market, each step along that way gets you towards that more optimal scenario. And I do have a section in my evidence that looks at the competitive index for different numbers of developers, which is an estimate of how many developers is required in Porirua to have a competitive land and development market. So I'm not sure that it's possible to quantify with the accuracy that you're asking for, in terms of how much of a improvement each step towards that more optimal market creates. You really have a situation where you have a highly constrained market where too few developers drip feed to the market at high prices, which is what you have at the moment. And then you have a market where there's enough to get a decent amount of competition going. I would probably conclude by saying having more developers towards that optimal number of circa 16 is better than having fewer. And if the price of housing continues to stay high and continues to go up, as Mr. Osborne seeks for his infill objective, that could add a cost of $400,000 or $500,000 to every house. So it's done that at the moment, give or take. That adds to a cost of at 400,000 at 7.5 billion. That's the short-term pain that Mr. Osborne is considering. So given the scale of that number, every step away from that level of cost, in my opinion, is significant. I mean, $7.5 billion is the number that you're dealing with. It's not insignificant.
The question that occurred to me arising from that is, Mr. Osborne has a hypothesis or a belief. Let's just call it a hypothesis at the moment, that the greater the greenfield, in effect, as you increase the amount of greenfield capacity, you decrease any incentive to infill. Do you accept the fundamental premise that there's a functional relationship?
If you have more greenfield, it enables a more competitive market and lower priced housing, as you would see in Christchurch. The implication of lower priced housing is for infill is when you come to do a terrace house development on an infill site, you get less money for those terrace houses when you build them, and therefore it may be a slightly higher hurdle to have that development stack up from a commercial perspective. So if the average house price increases from 960,000 currently to, let's say, 1.2 million, which may be the case under Mr. Osborne's suggestion or recommendation, then a terrace house might be worth 900,000, and therefore the terrace housing on an infill site might become more feasible, or would become more feasible. So the answer to your question is yes. If you constrain greenfield land, the prices will go up. You will have more infill that becomes feasible, but that infill will be more expensive. And this is where I believe Mr. Osborne has an error in his logic. Higher priced housing does not lead to lower priced housing. It leads to higher priced housing. So you may have more infill that's feasible, but it will be higher priced, and that obviously raises economic issues and is not consistent with the NPSUD in my view. And then in terms of how much happens on the ground under that higher priced scenario, you may have a slight increase, and the question becomes whether that's worth it, given everybody in the city has to wear the cost of those higher prices, particularly the lower income households. And that's the short-term pain that Mr. Osborne was recommending for the city.
At paragraph,
if I could elaborate further, my apologies, sir. That short-term pain, in my opinion, will be medium and long-term pain that won't dissipate.
At paragraph 29 of your evidence, Mr. Thompson, you sort of moot a tension between different objectives in the NPSUD, one focusing on a compact development and the other focusing on meeting housing need, housing demand. And you say it's almost certainly the case in terms of economic costs and benefits that the costs of unaffordable housing would outweigh the benefits of a compact city. Of course, the desirability of a compact city is in turn the product of a desire to address management of climate change, to respond to climate change. Is climate change an economic cost and benefit that you factored into your equation?
I have not. There would be some consideration of transportation efficiencies from infill compared to greenfield. The quantification of those I've not seen. I've done this sort of work for a long time. Obviously, I've not seen a cost-benefit analysis that quantifies climate change, the efficiencies from infrastructure, the displacement of rural land, the price of housing, all of these factors that would, in theory, need to be quantified to get to that ideal economic analysis. I suspect it's too hard to do, and that's why no one's done it. And I think looking across various disciplines helps address that type of question, and more so than relying on an economic analysis to do that level of quantification.
You said that you could look at the last 2 years as a sort of a case example of the what's happening on the ground. So you don't need a model. The question might be, given that those 2 years have coincided with COVID, whether those 2 years are in fact representative.
Well, it shows the proportion of, let me think. The thing to look at there would be the proportion of infill versus greenfield that has occurred over that period. And I can't recall whether I've looked at, I believe I actually have from memory looked at the proportion of growth that was greenfield and infill. Yes, I do have that in figure 4 of my evidence. And let me see. Infill. Oh, I'd have to go back through that. Sorry, I can't quite tally that in my head, but that would be what you would look at, is the proportion of infill and the proportion of greenfield. That will give you an insight into that. But you would also have to go back in time 5 or 10 years before COVID to get an understanding of the trend data to really understand that. I can't think of any reasons off the top of my head why infill would become more or less commercially feasible or in demand as a result of COVID. But you would have to look at the long-term trend of 5 or 10 years, and I don't have that data. The certificate of code compliance data we had to compile manually, so there's a bit of work involved in that, and it would take more time to do that over a 10-year period, and that's why we didn't have that data available. But it could certainly be provided. It's just obviously there's a cost to producing that additional analysis.
I understand. In your analysis at figure 5 of your evidence in chief, you're talking about, and then figure 5 and figure 6 in figure 7, based on the income of households, Mr. Osborne suggests that this isn't what he said, but this is what I drew from it, that's misleading because, for instance, of the number of people on low, pensioners on low incomes, but sitting in a house already, they wouldn't be able to buy another house, but they don't need another house. They're not in the market for another house. What's your response to that? How is this an accurate assessment of how many people are in the market looking for houses?
So, if I understand Mr. Osborne's view on that, it was that a number of people have already entered the market 5, 10, 20 years ago, and they bought at a time when housing was a lot cheaper, and have essentially ridden the inflation wave, and now have assets with a lot of equity.
Okay, baby boomers. That's why baby boomers have got a bad name, I gather. Speaking as well.
Well, anyone that bought a house 5 years ago is now doing a lot better than someone who didn't. And that limitation is correct. My analysis doesn't account for that. So some people may have $500,000 worth of equity because they bought 5 years ago. I think it's important to bear in mind that a large proportion of the population don't own houses and haven't had that particular benefit, and that when understanding demand, it's from an equity perspective, it's important to consider what people could afford if they hadn't had that windfall from that price inflation as a result of the supply constraint, or the short-term pain, as Mr. Osborne refers to it. So it's correct, my analysis doesn't account for that. That would increase the price that some households could pay, but it doesn't address the issue of whether the market is enabling people to access housing at a price that is affordable.
And is the one counter might also be that whatever the proportion of people who aren't yet in houses but looking for houses if they can only afford them, whatever that proportion is, it's rising as the general population gets older and the demographics change.
Yes, and over a 30-year period, or even a 10-year period, a lot of the demand is from new household formation, young people that start working and want to get their own house, new people coming into the district that don't own their own house. So a large proportion of the population will be essentially first-time buyers. And then over time, as you say, the people that have been fortunate enough to see their house prices increase, they will sell those houses and maybe use that for their retirement, but to fund travel and healthcare and so forth, as is often the case. And it's the new entrants to the market that are paying the price. They have to fork out a lot for housing, and often they can't afford it and they stay as renters. Or what you also have is a lot of people deciding to leave the big cities as a consequence of not being able to access affordable housing, which raises a whole another range of economic and social issues. Auckland actually declined in its population over the last year for the first time probably in its history, and a large part of the reason for that is the price of housing. So if there was better data available on equity as it relates to income and home ownership, I would certainly have used that to estimate demand. It's not available, unfortunately, so there is that limitation.
Talking about meeting the demand for affordable houses, you referred at least a couple of times to the potential for development on what is currently the Landcop land to provide low-cost housing for iwi members. We heard from Mr Thompson yesterday that while undoubtedly Ngāti Tao's objective is to house the whānau, they're also looking for the highest and best use of their land. Taking that account and Mr Tiedeman's advice that Silverwood, for its part, is not a long-term developer of its land. It's looking to on-sell to a developer. What assurance or even indication do we have that the houses that might be put on the land we're talking about, that the subject of the Silverwood submission, would in fact be affordable?
Well, there's two aspects to that. The first is if you had another developer in the market, then for the reasons I've outlined, they would be incentivised to diversify the offer in terms of price and type. So with every new developer that enters the market, there's a higher probability that they will start providing lower cost affordable housing. Certainly the case in other parts of the country. And the second aspect is if it is indeed Mr Thompson's organisation that takes this land and develops it, the organisation itself gives some indication to the panel as to the type of development that would happen, in the same way that if a known greenfield developer, such as Hugh Green bought a site, there would be a reasonable basis to expect conventional suburban development, and vice versa. If a known apartment developer bought a site, there would be a greater expectation that you would get apartments on that site. So the organisation itself does give some degree of certainty as to the type of development that can be anticipated. But I agree, it's not entirely certain.
Thank you, Mr Thompson. That's all I had. Commissioner Sinclair.
Aye, just a couple. Thanks. Mr. Thompson, on your evidence in chief, paragraph 17, the first sentence there, could you just read through that? Sorry, I just don't understand it, so could you help me out there, please?
So the modelling provided by Mr Heath and Mr Osborne confirms that infill development housing under the PDP will not be affordable and will not meet the demand of the majority of the population. So
my version does not have the word meet in it. So that might explain it. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense now.
I think at least there may be an error there, a typo there, but that's what it should say, and that relates to the 1% of housing under the P capacity model that is enabled at $600,000 or less, and how that does not meet the demand, which I estimate to be 54% for house prices under that level, and those numbers are not to be taken literally. Of course, the accuracy is not there to do that, but they're so far apart that I think that's a reason to get to that conclusion that the PDP won't, based on the council's modelling, meet demand. And the price of housing is the critical aspect of this type of modelling. As I said, I've done a lot of work on this capacity modelling, and it was initially to go from the quantity of houses that were enabled under a district plan through the planning regulations to looking at the commercial feasibility of that infill housing and greenfield housing. And I think the NPS, as it's evolved, has focused more on whether the price of that housing is able to meet the demand. So whether the price of housing enabled in a district plan can meet the demand. And I think that really is the critical consideration. And that was the reason why I requested from Mr. Osborne and Mr. Heath to have some information about the price of housing from their model, which resulted, which they didn't want to provide, and it resulted in the expert conference, and they provided it after that. But I would, with respect, suggest to the panel that the price of housing is the critical consideration, and the quantity of housing is in itself not enough to make policy decisions.
So in paragraph 22, what are you relying on to state that the affordable housing is the biggest public policy issue in New Zealand?
Well, the average price of housing is $300,000-$500,000 above what it would be if we didn't have the supply constraints across the country.
Sorry, is that a fact that it's the biggest public policy issue in New Zealand, or is it an opinion?
It's my opinion, and the basis for
Thank
that
you.
is.
In paragraph 78, you talk about the questions and the purpose of the. And I take it those are the questions that you referred to in relation to you undertaking conferencing with Mr. Osborne. Is that correct?
No, they're not. The questions that I conferenced with Mr. Osborne on were to do with the feasible dwellings by type and price.
Right.
Under the proposed district plan, whereas this is a bit broader. And this is what I consider to be the necessary economic analysis to understand a housing market within a proposed district plan, and that's how I would approach it from doing that work or doing the peer review of that work.
And then you said that Mr. Osborne provided that information in the next version of his evidence, his rebuttal, or?
Yes, that's correct. Following the expert conference, Mr. Osborne agreed that price was an important factor as it relates to the affordability of housing, and subsequently provided the price information from his capacity model in terms of the dwellings, the price of dwellings that were considered to be feasible and likely to be realised. Subsequently, so that's part of that list, but then you would need to correlate that or cross-reference that with the demand by the dwelling prices to see whether those prices align with demand. And Mr. Osborne and Mr. Heath haven't estimated the demand of dwellings by price, which I think is, as I note there, a fundamental requirement for analysing a housing market under a district plan.
Just before you talked about the price of housing in Porirua, take it down to that, is what is it? Not affordable. So can we draw from that there's a significant environmental adverse effect that needs to be addressed?
Well, I believe so. In terms of the definition of environment under the RMA, including social and economic matters, if the average house price is $400,000 or $500,000 above what it would be if you had a competitive land and development market, the total cost to Kapiti, I estimate at $400,000, if that's the number, is $7.5 billion. So the high price of housing is such a large number that if you are to weigh it up in terms of what's important in terms of policy under a district plan, it rises to the top, in my opinion.
Right, thank you.
Commissioner McMahon.
Can safely say good morning still, Mr. Thompson, 3 minutes to 12. 3 topics from me. The first is that at the beginning of your presentation, you talked about 4 or 5 different themes, and I didn't manage to get them all down, but the one that I did get down was your point about the Operative District Plan having some enabling infill provisions already. And I just didn't quite understand the point you were making there. Could you just elaborate on that?
So the Operative District Plan, I understand from discussions with Ms. Blick, is quite enabling in terms of infill housing. If you have a 1/4 acre site, you could put 5 or 10 terrace houses on that site without too much of a push in terms of a resource consent. So the way I understand, or how I understand the Operative District Plan is it's currently quite enabling for infill housing and redevelopment housing. So there's no minimum lot size, for example, which is your standard first hurdle for
Yes.
infill.
So it's all about land use as opposed to subdivision.
Yes. Well, you could, as I understand, build 5 or 10 terrace houses on a 1/4 acre property, which is very enabling. So the proposed district plan may take that a little further, and the MDRS may take that a little further again. But I think that your starting point is that the Operative District Plan has taken a very liberal and enabling approach towards infill, and what's happened on the ground has been a small number in the order of 46 per annum for the last 2 years. And the price of that has been, if I recall correctly, an average of 1.1 million for the terrace houses and an average of 1.4 million for the standalone houses.
Yes.
But I can safely say the average is over $1 million. So you have an insight into the Porirua market under the proposed district plan already, because the Operative District Plan doesn't preclude infill housing, rather it enables it.
Yes, and that's your point, is that regardless of the MDRS coming in later in the year, in August, that the market appetite for that to date doesn't appear to be such that there might be a great uptake in that. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think there's any reason to see a substantial increase in the quantity of infill housing given the Operative District Plan enables it. There will be some sites that are currently not enabled that may be enabled when the MDRS comes in. That would increase the pool of potential sites, so you may get a slight increase from that. But generally speaking, it wouldn't be too hard to find an infill development site in Porirua at the moment if you wanted to build some terrace housing.
Right.
I think the MDRS will be the impact of the MDRS will be most keenly seen on the greenfield development sites,
yep,
where they can start including more terrace housing and other types of intensive housing, and that was certainly the case in other cities. For example, in Auckland, following the unitary plan becoming operative, over half of all terrace housing in the few years following that was in greenfield master plan developments. And the reason for that is if you are master planning a development, you can include some good quality terrace housing as part of your overall development. And with the other amenities that are built into that development, you can put an attractive proposition together to buyers. So my expectation is the MDRS would actually enable a large amount of higher density housing in the greenfield areas, and that would, whilst on the one hand expanding the size of the city, it would on the other hand likely lead to more compact, intensive housing. So you get this unusual situation where the density of the city increases through the greenfield development.
Yes. I'm just trying to keep it simple for my benefit, Mr. Thompson. I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying that in terms of bang for buck, in terms of supply, it's more likely that the greenfield rather than the infill was going to assist in terms of supply. Is that in a nutshell?
Well, greenfield.
In your view?
Yes, greenfield is much easier for new supply. You have economies of scale. You have big developers. They do one master plan, and they can sell 500 or 1,000 lots. They can include amenities. It's a much more attractive proposition to a buyer. Infill, you might get 5 or 10 houses here or there. Each comes with its own risks. They're a higher risk of proposition because you don't know quite what's going to happen until you get into the development, and you're only doing 5 or 10 houses at a time. So there's no scale there. It's not to say it's not profitable and won't happen, but the reality is that greenfield is an easier form of development because of those economies of scale.
Yes.
And that's also why that housing can be supplied cheaper. And Mr. Osborne yesterday mentioned that greenfield's all large lots and large houses, and people can't afford large houses anymore, and so forth. That's not my understanding. Greenfield developments, and no doubt the panel is aware of many of them, often have a huge amount, a large proportion of infill and other intensive housing. And with the NDRS, that is going to become more so the case.
Yeah, because usually those greenfield sites are subject to structure plans that identify higher or medium density areas within those in a spatial sense, and that higher density is limited to that spatial overlap, isn't it? But you're saying now with the MDRS, that'll be more evenly spread throughout the greenfield site.
That's right. The greenfield sites will veer away from conventional standalone low density developments more and move more so towards mixed use master plan developments with a range of housing types. And what that does for a developer is it enables them to sell at 500,000, at 800,000, at 1.2 million, at 1.6 million. And then all the buyers in those different price ranges are potential customers for them, so they can sell more in any 1 year. So you get diversification of product and type within a development when they're bigger, and they can be master planned in that way. Okay. So certainly you'll get some of that happening following the MDRS.
Yes.
Assuming that applies to greenfield, the greenfield sites. Yep.
I'm just conscious of time, so let's keep the answers a bit shorter. That would be good. And yes, no answers are good. You would have heard my question to Mr. Osborne yesterday about brownfield sites. First question to you is, when you use the term infill, are you referring to brownfield? Are those terms interchangeable or are they different?
Infill and redevelopment refer to brownfield sites.
Yes. Okay, thanks. And what I asked Mr. Osborne was that in the past, it was the brownfield sites that were, well, up until this point, more likely to provide the higher density rather than the greenfields. And based on your previous answer a few moments ago, you're suggesting that that's now changing or has the potential to change because of the MDRS rules.
That and the general market competence to master plan developments with a mix of housing. Okay. And if you go through some of the master plan developments that you're aware of, there will be many of them will have that range of housing now.
Yes.
And it makes commercial sense to do so.
Okay. Thank you. On the same topic, I'm moving on to you. In your introductory comments, you also referred to some Auckland academic papers, and I wondered if one of those was that Department of Economics Auckland University paper in October 21 by Greenaway, McCreevy and Phillips that looked at the impact of upzoning on housing construction in Auckland. Is that one of the papers you were referring to?
Yes, that's a relevant. Yes, that's one of the papers that I'm referring to. Yes.
Yes. And that examined the impact of zoning outcomes in the Auckland Unitary Plan. And my reading of that is that it resulted in more building activity occurring. In fact, I think it was a sevenfold increase in supply that paper indicated. Was that your understanding also?
I'd have to go back through and review it.
Putting aside the magnitude, that it indicated a substantial increase in supply as a result of upzoning.
There was a lot more infill as a result of that upzoning. That's certainly the case. I can't recall the exact numbers from that particular study, but I'm aware that the infill has increased substantially in Auckland following the AUP and the more enabling infill provisions.
Do you know whether that paper commented on what that supply did in terms of prices?
My recollection is that it didn't look at the prices, but I'd have to check that. Okay. I can say to the panel that the prices in Auckland have not gone down as a result of the Auckland Unitary Plan. So that would suggest there's not enough competition in the market, and in particular not enough greenfield land to provide those entry level lower price points that essentially drag down the price across the whole city.
Yes.
So the way I understand it is if you have a competitive greenfield market that produces houses for $570,000, a family house, as per Christchurch a couple of years ago, then every other house in the city has its price benchmarked against that greenfield price. So the greenfield development prices, the greenfield new house prices benchmark the prices for the city, which is the bid rent curve.
Yes. So your response to that is more supply is needed to bring prices down in that instance?
The reason why the prices are still high in Auckland is because there was insufficient competition in the greenfield market.
Yeah. Okay, but in terms of what I just asked, is in your view more supply needed in that scenario?
Yes, more supply, but also more competition, more greenfield developers competing in the market.
Okay, because Mr. Osborne would say it's not all about supply, is that there are other factors that you need to take into the mix.
Yes, and I would suggest that there are many cities that have strong supply and low house prices, and that is contrary to Mr. Osborne's view.
Okay, move on to my second topic, and that's the table 4.24 in the revised HBA that was provided yesterday, and we had some questions to Mr. Osborne on that. Now, I appreciate that these figures have been surpassed, I guess, by the Sense Partners data. So the table, the source of the table 424, which is on page 40, if that helps. It's the last page of chapter 4 of the HBA.
Yeah, I'm just opening that now. Yep. Page 40.
Yep.
Table 4.24.
Yes. So the source of that is property economics. Mr. Osborne confirmed that he was involved in preparing that December 21, but he also said that those figures needed to be revised based on the information he'd received from Sense Partners, which was probably early 2022. So, firstly, are you up to speed on this table and the changes that Mr. Osborne talked about yesterday?
Some of the numbers in here are familiar, but I haven't reviewed the table as part of my evidence.
Okay. Okay. Well, there were some key changes. For example, on the demand side, that first row, the 13,978 had changed to 11,800 based on the sense partners. So Mr. Osborne was indicating a decrease in demand, a slight increase. The supply, without the MDRS component, had increased in his view, and I just can't remember what the sense partners figures were, but when he applied the MDRS, that supply figure went up to, I think, 26,000, if I'm of that magnitude anyway.
That's correct. Yes.
Might have been around 12,000, I think, previously. But I guess I don't want to get bogged down in the numbers, but in terms of the trends that this table and the sense partners data is indicating, from my layman's perspective, Mr. Thompson, indicates a decrease in demand and an increase in supply. Is that too simplistic? I mean, is that a reading? Is that a fair reading of what's in front of us?
Well, the demand over the medium term is 3890, which is roughly 390 per annum. I've worked at 500 per annum, which was the previous demand estimate. The capacity, the realisable capacity in there is 10,957.
Yes.
That's the proposed district plan capacity estimate, and as you note, that's increased to 25,000 or so.
Yes.
Under the MDRS estimates. So yeah, the numbers have moved around a little. For the reasons outlined, I don't consider those numbers to be overly helpful for policy. Only 1% of the dwellings, only 1% of the realisable capacity in terms of the 10,957 is for houses under 600,000. So, how is that demand going to be met would be the one question I would pose from that table.
Yes, okay. When you say the numbers, are you talking about the numbers in the table or the numbers as modified by sense partners?
Well, if sense partners are saying the demand is for 390 dwellings per annum, which I take as 10% of the medium-term projection there, as opposed to 500, so demand would have increased by, say, 110 per annum based on that projection. So that would make a difference in terms of the year's capacity as per the NPS assessment requirements. And then with the 10,957 realisable capacity, that's the proposed district plan capacity model that Mr. Osborne has completed.
Yes.
And that's increased to 25,000. So again, if you put 25,000 in there, you'll get more years capacity. The concern I still have, which I think is a hurdle that Mr. Osborne hasn't been able to clear, is where is the capacity for houses under 600,000? And that, in my view, the price question is required for an economic analysis. It's required under the NPSUD, and without that consideration, the city will be sleepwalking into $1.2, $1.4 million average house prices in the short term.
Okay. Is there a particular time frame, the short, medium, and long term, that the panel should be focusing on, in your view? In terms of capacity, in terms of demand and supply capacity, and
I think the medium term, 10 years. It's the life of a district plan. It's an amount of time that's reasonable to contemplate in terms of land supply and infrastructure provision. Providing 10 years worth of capacity within the context of the medium term definition of capacity for a district plan is a challenging task.
Okay.
You need 3 years of zoned and service land and another 7 years of zoned and to be service land. Okay. So the 10-year time frame, I think, is a good time frame.
Okay. Thank you. My final question relates, I guess I'd call it the so what question, just stepping back from all the economic speak and the figures. I guess what this panel needs to understand, particularly in light of Ms. Sweetman's recommendation and what's underpinning that is an potential oversupply. What is the impact of an additional 500 houses under the current, ignoring the MDRS impact, in the scheme of things? And then the same question in terms of the potential MDRS impact
So for the first
in a
part of-
qualitative sense as opposed to a quantitative.
Okay. It would ensure one new development enters the market, so you get one step closer to the 15 or 20 developments that I consider is necessary to have a competitive greenfield market. So I think that's quite material. And conceptualizing or understanding the greenfield development market in terms of the number of developers as opposed to just the quantity of houses that can be fitted into the particular sites that are zoned is critical. If you have one or two developers that control all of the land, well, if you have one or two developers that control 1,000 hectares, that's a worse scenario than having 15 developers that control 500 hectares, because the second scenario is less land, but you'll have more competition. So it's the number of developers in the market that's critical, and that's where the Silverwood site can add a particular benefit. In terms of the MDRS...
well, hang on, just before you go off that, they're really the same point, aren't they? Both of those points that you've just made. That's about the quantum of developers in the market providing competition in the greenfield space.
Yes, I think that's more important than the quantity of land.
Yes. So that's a positive in your view. What's the potential negative of an additional 500? I mean, remember you're giving evidence as an expert. So what's the potential negative downside of step of providing another 500 over the planning period of the district plan?
Well, let's say you go from 7 to 8 developments in the market over the short term as a consequence of this submission. That would mean that you have the need to provide public infrastructure for a seventh development. So if there was a large public cost to provide infrastructure, roads and services and so forth for that development, then that would be a material consideration in terms of a cost.
So I need a pipe extension type economic marginal cost, marginal utility type argument.
Yes, just you are providing public infrastructure to service one additional development, and that comes at a cost. Yes. And the question are the benefits outweighing those costs?
Okay. What about the oversupply disadvantage? Mr. Osborne says there's far too much greenfield space already, and you're exacerbating it by providing more, even though it may not seem to be a lot at 500. What do you say to that?
Well, I think affordable housing, the people that would like to have affordable housing in terms of purchase or rent would disagree. More competition and more affordable housing will be substantially beneficial to that part of the community. Mr. Osborne's motivation or basis for his recommendation, I should say, is to increase the price of housing across the board in greenfield and infill to enable more infill to be commercially feasible on the basis that achieves the benefits of a more intense, compact city. My view is that the price of housing is too much. A very high price of housing is a cost that's not worth paying to achieve those benefits in that way. I wouldn't say that. I would say that the appropriate balance to get the optimal economic outcome is to enable infill housing and to enable greenfield housing. And when both are enabled sufficiently, you will have some infill and some greenfield, and you can achieve that if you can achieve that with affordable housing, you're getting the benefits of some more intensive infill and redevelopment. Your greenfield will likely be more intensive than the existing urban residential zones. So you'll get the compact city potentially occurring in those areas, and potentially more affordable housing if you have enough competition in the market.
Okay. Moving on to the MDRS component, presumably that's not going to change the one additional developer closer to 15 scenario, is it? It's really in terms of supply that we need to look at pros and cons.
It enables more intensification, more intensive development, as the panel will no doubt be aware. If you have a competitive market, you would have that product diversification and price diversification as a matter of course anyway. As I've mentioned, as you get more developers coming into the market, their commercial incentive is to provide different types of housing. It might be luxury housing, it might be low cost affordable housing, and that's certainly what I would anticipate under that scenario.
Okay. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. That's all from us.
Thank you.
Now, last but not least, we have Ms. Blick.
So I wonder, is 12:30 the lunch break?
Yeah, well, thinking about that, Ms. Sweetman making gestures across the room as well. So, what's that?
At least 2 minutes.
At least 2 minutes. Understand. Yes, we will break. Back at 1:15. We'll resume the hearing, thank you. I think we're up to Ms. Blick.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I probably better ask, a question would be, how are you feeling?
I'm good, and I've tested negative, and you'll be glad that I'm not there. But no, I'm feeling fine. Family's a bit worse for wear, so ulterior motives to make this as long as possible, so I don't have to go and look after a sick family. But I'll try to be short.
Well, we thought that we would approach your evidence in a little bit different way to the previous witnesses. We've been merrily signalling questions throughout the hearing, and I imagine you have a pad of anticipated answers. So I thought that to save time, that you could give us the anticipated answers up front, and we'll see if there are any questions left after you've provided them.
Okay, no, that works. I do have some notes, and apologies for not circulating them ahead of this, but I can certainly do that afterwards. And if I make a comment on a particular matter that you obviously haven't would like any further questions on, or to tease out any issues, happy to stop it and talk it through further. So I'll just launch into it, and yeah, as you say, feel free to interrupt me.
Absolutely, please proceed.
Okay, so policy P1 and the growth strategy. I think the discussion around the applicability of clause 1 or 2 is somewhat of a moot point now, given that Ms. Sweetman and I are both in agreement that the rezoning is consistent with clause 2. At the risk of flogging a dead horse, though, I do have some additional comments that I wanted to make with respect to this policy. So both the new residential areas and potential growth area are identified as medium term. Therefore, it appears that they are forecast to be advanced at similar times, i.e. within the NPS medium term, between 3 to 10 years. And it also therefore outlines that the new areas are not envisaged to be advanced ahead of the Silverwood site. Ms. Sweetman states that other growth areas are mentioned throughout the strategy. They are included in the program in timeframe charts, but apart from that, they're not mentioned like it has been. The growth strategy includes an implementation plan that sets out, among other things, that a Three Waters catchment plan will be developed to give effect to the strategy. The Silverwood site is included in this plan. It's within the Cannons Creek and the Whitby growth areas. It's in two growth areas because these growth areas are catchment specific, and the site falls within the Cannons Creek and the Whitby catchments, and the Whitby growth area description actually states that it includes the development area to the next to the link road. I'm happy to provide references to that catchment plan if you require them. Ms. Sweetman stated that the fuzz zoning must be strategic and the timing must align with infrastructure and services provision. Growth strategy was was developed to inform the LTP. On page 143 of the long-term plan, it includes a table of planned developments, 2021 to 2051, sequencing plans, Whitby East and Silverwood, a signal for development between 2021 and 2051. For the other growth areas, Judgeford Hills is not identified for development until 2046 to 2041. Porirua Bay West and East, these areas are in the northern growth area. They've been identified between 2025 and 2041, and Mount Welcome, which is also in the northern growth area, is between 2030 and 2041. The LTP therefore signals that development of the Silverwood site may advance ahead of the other growth areas.
Yes. Ms. Black, you're going quite fast, but I'm taking some comfort that you're going to supply these speaking notes in writing, are you? Because
yes,
I'm certainly not getting any proportion of what you're saying down as quickly as you're speaking. So
Sorry. I'll try taking a bit slower.
could you just tell me what was the time frame on page 143 of the long-term plan for the Silverwood site? I got it for the Hells.
2021 to 2051.
And
I can bring.
okay, and
bring it
Judgeford
up.
Hills was 2025 to 41. Is that right?
No, Judgeford Hills was 2046 to 2051.
Okay, here we go. That's proved my point that I'm not keeping up.
Sorry. The definition of fuzz, Sweetman stated that if the site is going to be urban, it has to be a residential zone. I don't agree. As per my evidence, fuzz is defined in the National Planning Standards as areas suitable for urbanisation in the future and for activities that are compatible with and do not compromise potential future urban use. As I've outlined in my evidence, there are a number of matters in Appendix 11 that relate to the identification of compatible activities. These matters include identification of green networks and open space networks.
Before you go on, Ms. Blick, just picking up on that point, I'm not sure Ms. Sweetman was suggesting that the entire fuzz had to be suitable for urbanisation or suitable for a residential zone, but given that the purpose is it's a future urban area, is there some critical mass that should be? Is there an argument that there needs to be some critical mass that's suitable for residential development?
I think the discussion there was discussion on predominantly urban, and I would tend to agree that yes, the future urban zone must be predominantly urban. But as I say, a critical mass, I couldn't tell you a percentage or anything.
Well, predominantly is 51% or greater.
Yes,
That's reasonably precise.
Drawing on the Judgeford Hills structure plan that I provided as an attachment to my evidence, I would say that area itself is probably less than 50% and includes other activities and includes the retention of a significant amount of vegetation on the site that wouldn't be developed. Sorry, I can't give you a percentage of the development areas on the site as they relate to the total site. I know it was on one of Lauren's or Ms. White's plans, so I can draw your attention to that in terms of the hectares of residential versus non-residential. But I think the basis for what is appropriate is defined by the assessments undertaken by the technical experts in terms of what level of the development is appropriate within a specific site.
So, Ms. Black, sorry, when you say that the if it's predominantly urban, and let's just take it regardless of that, for this future urban zone, when is it? Does it need to be predominantly urban in order for it to be future urban, or when does it become predominantly urban, since there are no urban zones within a future urban zone, as far as I understand it?
I think that at this stage, the test is determining whether or not the fuzz zone is appropriate for that site, taking into account particular site features, opportunities, and constraints. and I guess the structure plan that we have developed, supported by the team, is does show a level of development that obviously is supportable and the team believes to be, I guess, fall within that definition as having residential activities as well as activities that are compatible with those as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Please roll on, since I interrupted you, Ms. Blick.
Right. Ecology. There has been some concern raised at the viability of access to the Silverwood site because the access is located in an area where there is an SNA. Essentially, that SNA spans the majority of that road frontage, so essentially landlocks the site. But what I would point out is that there is a consent pathway for vegetation clearance within an SNA, and we acknowledged very early on in the structure planning process that the most feasible location in terms of engineering requirements and to comply with applicable council standards would be in that location. That location was further refined with input from the ecologist in terms of the level of clearance and the location of where that clearance would occur. And because that access is shown in a location where clearance is required, that led the team to identify areas on the site where offsetting could occur. So under the rule framework for vegetation clearance within SNAs, the policy framework sets out that in the first instance it should be avoided, and if it can't be avoided, then you have to follow the effects mitigation hierarchy, and if there's residual effects, then they need to be offset. So you'll see on the structure plan that offsetting areas have actually been identified and are supported by the project ecologist as a means of mitigating the loss of vegetation to enable that access. Separately, I would also just note that it is my understanding that the agreement between council and the landowners for the link road includes a requirement for council to actually construct an access to both land holdings. So I understand it hasn't been constructed yet, or there hasn't been any access points constructed yet, but that is set out in a contractual arrangement between the landowners and Porirua City Council.
Just to clarify, is that access to the legal boundary or practical access to the site? Because in this particular case, they're not necessarily the same thing.
So if I could perhaps answer that, the answer to that question is, as a minimum, it's legal access. Whether it's any more than that is something that's yet to be determined, and it's determined in part by the exact location chosen.
So that's a maybe.
Maybe's another way of putting it. Yeah.
A potential.
Potential. I was trying not to use that word again.
Well, yes. So, Ms. Black, keep going.
Well, Ms. Black, just it's going to be best if you pause after each topic, so that we can ask questions. So I don't want to interrupt unnecessarily, but are you moving on to a new topic, or this was ecology? So
yeah.
Okay, a couple of questions.
Sorry, ecology. The only other thing I'd add is that Council's ecologist yesterday mentioned that a detailed vegetation map wasn't included with the submission. Wasn't a showstopper, but he made that observation. Just in response to that, I note that site visits were undertaken by the project ecologist and he confirmed the extent of the existing SNAs, as well as identifying other areas that meet the Policy 23 criteria. So areas that essentially should be SNAs. So these areas have subsequently been identified on the draft structure plan for protection.
I missed the beginning of that. Were you talking about Dr. Shaw? Did you, when you suggested?
Sorry, Dr. Shaw.
And so we asked Dr. Shaw some questions just about the difference between mapped SNAs and other areas that might qualify, and also about habitats that may be present other than SNAs. So does that change your view in any way?
Only that he was talking about fauna.
Yes.
And acknowledge that with any greenfield development, in my experience, lizards is always something that needs to be dealt with at consent stage, and can be appropriately dealt with through a consenting process in terms of identification of habitat for lizards and possible mitigation should those habitats be impacted by future residential development.
Yes. Okay, just a couple quick fire questions. Sorry.
Yep.
Are the SNAs that are shown on the structure plan those that are mapped in the proposed district plan?
Yes.
As a match.
As well as the boundaries change slightly in terms of from memory. Sorry, I'll have to confirm this, but the boundaries changed slightly in terms of increasing these areas based on, I guess, ground truthing these areas on site with the project ecologist.
Which way around did it work? Is the structure plan, you say the boundary change slightly increasing on background, is it the published boundary in the plan that's increased, or the boundary that's shown on the structure plan that's increased? Which one has increased?
The structure plan has increased. So I guess the boundaries shown on the PDP plans haven't decreased, in other words.
I don't understand that.
So as part of their assessments, the site assessments, the project ecologist assessed the SNA areas and determined in a couple of locations where the boundaries shown on the PDP maps weren't accurate or could be increased, and mapped additional areas associated with the SNA or increased the extent of it, and likewise identified a new SNA that wasn't in PDP but met the Policy 23 criteria.
Policy 23 in the RPS.
Sorry, RPS. Yes.
Yeah. So, Ms. Blick, can you remind us who the project ecologist is?
Mr. Tony Payne and Mr. Graham Usher from RMA Ecology.
Okay, so what I'm hearing then, Ms. Blick, is that the structure plan has greater protection or a greater delineation, greater spatial consideration of SNAs in the proposed district plan. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, and that's because some of the identified SNAs in the PDP have been enlarged as a result of ground truthing, and in one instance there's been an additional SNA cluster that's been identified that would qualify under the Regional Policy Statement 23 policy.
Correct.
Okay. The second question then is just going to this consenting pathway for vegetation clearance. I think you've answered the policy component. The policy talks about avoidance in the first instance, and then avoidance isn't possible. You get into avoid, remedy, and mitigate. And then if there's any residual effects, you must offset the effects on that. Is that policy directing offsetting on site or off? Does it express a preference?
I think offsetting is determined, currently determined by EPP guidance and best practice. And I think on site is preferable, as close to the, we won't call it damage, or as close to the clearance or within the same ecological area. Sorry, I'm not an ecologist, but
No, I understand. You've answered the question.
yeah.
Your audio is coming and going a little bit. I don't know if it's just me, but some of your words are becoming a little bit clipped. So you might just want to come a bit closer to your microphone. So, the second question is that consenting pathway. Can you tell us what consent activity status the vegetation clearance for an associated with earthworks for a road construction would have in the PDP?
I'd have to go back and have a look. Sorry, but from memory, I believe it's discretionary.
Okay.
Potentially non-complying.
Yes, I think it's quite an important consideration. You've made a statement that you believe there is a consent pathway, and that the testing of that statement might depend on the activity status. You obviously, you think there's obviously a gateway through the policy component.
And that's based largely on the advice that we've received from our project ecologist, that they would support the clearance in the location that's been identified, subject to offsetting.
Yes.
And also confirming that the site itself can accommodate the extent of offsetting that they would require through best practice.
So the basis of that would be an acceptance that the effects are more than minor, but that you'll be relying on the policy gateway rather than the effects gateway for if it was a non-complying activity.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And what I would add is that the draft structure plan, the offsetting area that we have identified is a lot greater than the extent determined to be necessary by the project ecologist.
Yes.
You'll note in his ecological assessment that there is there is an opportunity for ecological enhancement on that site through vegetation within that area identified. And you'll also note in the landscape and I think the urban design reports the benefit of that area to maintaining and enhancing landscape values, as well as creating recreation opportunities and open space as well.
Okay, so just so that I'm talking about the same access point, do you have the structure plan in front of you?
I did. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yes. So we were talking about the access point that there's indicated directly below the words Waitangarua on the structure plan and towards the top of the structure plan. Is that the area we're talking about?
Correct.
Yes. Okay, and so that enters the SNA and then goes, it sort of heads off to the east across the SNA and then loops up towards the ridgeline. That's the access road that we're talking about? Yes. And it appears that the other potential access, which is closer to the Duck Creek to lot 6N, is that clear of the SNA in that position?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the only area in which there would need to be earthworks in SNA?
I wouldn't want to comment on that without having a subdivision plan in front of me or a development plan in front of me. The SNAs that have been identified are within the restoration area or in the green areas. The residential areas proposed in the structure plan are clear of those SNAs, but I couldn't comment exactly that. No, in the future, no consent for clearance within an SNA may or may not be required.
Okay.
For the structure plan and for creating this particular access to the site, which was considered to be important for accessibility and urban design reasons, we have identified that a clearance within the SNA is required.
Okay, Councillor Williams has just pointed out that there is other SNAs around stream margins on the western side, for example, of the site on the Landcorp property. I had misread the plan by thinking that it was only the areas that were hatched and green, but that's the coalescence, if you like, of the SNA and the offsetting areas, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, okay. It's probably in the documentation, but do you happen to know offhand where the additional SNA that was identified is located?
They are on the plans in the ecological report.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I'm sorry. I could try and find.
No, it's okay. I can go to that, but do you know where they are, where it is?
The project team knows because they were discussed as part of the structure planning process. If I look at the constraints plan, they are on this constraints plan.
Okay.
Sorry, the hatching's a bit difficult to
I guess what I'm trying to ascertain, Ms. Blick, is that are there any further likelihoods of interception with earthworks and SNAs not shown in the PDP, but which would qualify as SNAs under 23 that we should be aware of that might then go to the quantum of offsetting that's required?
No, the development areas have been designed to be clear of those SNAs.
Okay.
But obviously further structure planning would confirm the exact consent of those residential areas as they related to adjacent SNAs.
Okay. I didn't think I'd have so many questions on ecology, so that was it.
I have one follow-up.
I think I've been talking about ecology so much. I'm not an ecologist, but there we go.
Have you or the project ecologists considered the implications of the NPSIB, the exposure draft of which is currently under consultation and which has 5 or 6 categorisations of particular habitats that, in respect of which offsetting is not available?
No, I have reviewed the NPSIB, but not in relation to implications for this structure plan. That would be a further assessment as part of future structure planning work. My experience in developments in the area, that's potentially not an issue, but obviously that NPSIB in whatever form it is would need to be addressed in any future structure planning process.
Fair comment. Fair comment. At the moment, it's an exposure draft. It's still moving. Well, it may still be moving.
But you would accept, Ms. Blick, that by the time, if this ever comes to fruition and there is a future urban zone established and the structure plan is considered, then there is a fair degree of likelihood that the MPSIB will be gazetted at that and in place.
Yes, correct.
In terms of the time.
And a likelihood as well that, you know, the exposure draft changes to the NES for freshwater may have been gazetted. So
We would hope so.
yeah, we'll see.
Stranger things have happened. I think that's all on ecology. If you got anything else on your list, there's
No, and left on ecology. The staging of development. So there's been discussion related to whether a single structure plan would be advanced or individual structure plans for each site. Certainly, when the project team and I set out on this process, we determined very quickly that preparing a single structure plan for both sites was appropriate, and we've obviously done that. But I would note that I don't believe there's anything in the future urban zone provisions that would preclude separate structure plans being advanced for these two sites. I'd also note that for the Northern Growth Area, that area was subject to a single structure plan with a number of land holdings that are in varying stages of structure planning at the moment. Obviously, Plymouth Farm advanced through a single SPP process. Council are advancing a plan variation for 2 land holdings, and the remaining land holdings are in varying stages of due diligence and structure planning.
Can you just clarify that? You said the Northern Growth Area is the subject of one structure plan, and then with a number of landowners in various stages of structure planning. So is there one or is there more than one?
There's the Northern Growth Area Structure Plan 2014 that applies to the whole Northern Growth Area, and the Northern Growth Area was identified as the Northern Growth Area in the growth strategy, and has subsequently been zoned future urban. So there is one structure plan that currently exists for that whole growth area, but Plymouth Farm, which is within the growth area, that has now a live zoning with a Plymouth Farm structure plan or precinct plan that applies to that site. Council are advancing a plan variation for 2 land holdings within the Northern Growth Area, and there are remaining sites that should they want to be rezoned would be subject to a structure planning process as well.
Will those 2, or to the extent that you can answer this, will those 2 holdings that are being advanced by the council as part of the variation, will they have their own separate structure plans, separate from the 2014 single structure plan?
Yes, so the 2014 structure plan isn't in the PDP.
Right.
The structure plan that's being advanced for these 2 land holdings will be in the PDP as a specific development area. Like if the Silverwood rezoning was to be, if the Silverwood fuzz zoning was to apply and they were to advance through a structure planning and plan change process, then that would be a separate an additional development area in the PDP.
Just for reference, what are those 2 areas, just in case they become important later on? What's the common name of those 2 areas that are being advanced through the variation? You know?
Council are calling it the Northern Growth Area plan variation, but it is the Murray block and the Mount Welcome block. Gina and I are involved in that process.
Yes, sorry, Ms. Blick, I missed the title of the first one. I got Mount Welcome.
Muri, M-U-R-I.
Murray block.
Just your audio is coming through really clipped at the moment. Okay. And so just to go back to my original question, does the Murray block have its own structure plan? And does the Mount Welcome have its own structure plan, or is there a single plan for those 2 areas?
For those 2 a single plan for those two land holdings within the wider northern growth area.
Yes. There's the structure planning process that we discussed with earlier witnesses this morning, urban design witness and Mr. Hudson also, which is a process of arriving at a plan. And then there's a structure plan that's the output of that process that may help inform a plan change, but may also be inserted into the plan to guide development through the provision of rules. So in the case of the Murray block and the Mount Welcome block, have they both gone through a structure planning process similar to the one that you've described for Silverwood?
Council is currently going through that process, yes.
They don't have much more time to finish it, do they, before the plan variation is notified? I mean, when did they start this process and when do they propose to finish it?
The structure planning process is essentially been completed, and the project team have confirmed support for the structure plan. It's the technical planning inputs that are currently being worked through.
Okay, but you understand the genesis of my question there. There is a difference between a structure plan process and then what that process produces, being a structure plan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so in the Silverwood context, we've heard that the structure planning process to inform the submission has been going for the last couple of years, involved the project team doing constraints and opportunities planning, site visits, workshopping, and coming up with areas of go and non-go, areas of compensation and offsetting, and then a plan itself as an output to that process.
It occurred over a number of months and culminated in the structure plan and supporting documents that were submitted back in 2020.
Yes, and we heard from what was the urban design witness?
Ms. White.
Ms. White this morning, that it's likely that there'll be further iterations of the output of that process, being this further iterations to the structure plan will be necessary. And is that your understanding also?
Yes, the site evaluation report that was prepared to support the submission and the technical reports themselves set out recommendations for further structure planning work.
Yeah.
To I guess finalise that plan.
Yes.
For a future plan change.
Okay.
But the level of assessment and the plans that were produced were considered appropriate to confirm the appropriateness of the site for future urban.
Yes, and so really the exercise was tailored to that particular test, and there will be a more specific exercise undertaken under the auspices of Appendix 11 and Policy 2 to produce a more detailed structure plan, presumably. If at the time that there's a request for upzoning from future urban to another zone, should the submission be successful?
Yes and no.
Okay, tell me why no.
A structure plan in the PDP doesn't direct the preparation of a structure plan to determine whether or not a site rezoning a site to fuzz is appropriate.
No, that wasn't my question. No, my question is that if the fuzz is successful, Policy 2 in combination with Appendix 11 will provide a statutory basis for a more detailed structure plan to be produced as a basis for an upzoning zone change.
Yes, the site evaluation and rezoning report outlines the further assessment work and the further report that would be needed to essentially tick all the boxes in Appendix 11.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to leave that there.
Anything else? Any other topics you want to address, Ms. Blick?
I have provided a little bit more detailed commentary on why I believe that the rezoning gives effect to the strategic direction objectives identified by Ms. Sweetman. If you would like me to go through that.
I think that's in the realms of supplementary evidence, so I'm not sure about that. Let's just see what questions we have for you on that topic, and we'll go from there. The other thing is that I do want to get out of here before 5 o'clock tonight.
Fair enough.
Any other topics that you wish to address before we go sort of back through our notes and see if there's anything left?
The Takawahia precinct.
So say that again. I missed that.
The Takawahia precinct, Ms. Sweetman and Ms. Armstrong identified there's a site in Takawahia that has a general residential zone with an SAL overlay and bespoke provisions that respond to these features on the site. My comment is that there's no reason why that would prevent the inclusion of similar provisions in a future structure plan for the Silverwood site. I have reviewed the draft maps for variation 1, and I note that Council are proposing a medium density residential zone on this site. I also have noted that the landing page for the intensification variation does specifically state that Council is considering whether minor changes to the MDRS standards will be appropriate. These are under consideration but could include. So they've listed 4 matters, and one of those includes building heights and special amenity landscapes. So that leads me to assume that as part of a future structure planning process, when we are identifying what the appropriate residential zones or other zones are for this development, that a medium density zone could apply within a special amenity landscape, as discussed by Ms. White, but with bespoke provisions that appropriately considered that landscape.
That raises the broader question that I've been quizzing a number of witnesses about, which is the conundrum posed, or the challenge posed by the 2021 amendment and the mandated MDRS standards as against the landscape evidence we have of a need for sensitively planned development on the site. And Mr. Hudson was confident that you had the magic bullet to solve this problem. So what is it?
To be solved as part of a future structure planning process that would involve the whole project team confirming what exact provisions would be appropriate for the site, in particular the amenity landscape. What I've just shown you and read out from Council's page is that they are intending on being able to vary MDRS provisions within SALs. So that could mean that an option, and it is just one option, that could be explored by the structure planning team, could be, if it is supported, to apply a MDRS zone with bespoke provisions in other locations determined by the project team that aren't suitable for medium density residential zone. There's obviously the large lot zone, which I would agree the definition is not helpful. It's especially not helpful when it refers to zones that no longer exist. So I've been trying to find out, and someone may be able to tell me whether the national planning standards are being updated to reflect the Enabling Act.
You would like to think so, given they're over 3 years old.
There actually could be some benefit in the fact that that Porirua currently, in the PDP, currently doesn't have a large lot zone, and that as part of the structure planning process, as well as structure planning processes that will be advanced for other growth areas that are at the same time trying to contemplate exactly the same thing, where they thought in the past that they could apply a general residential zone, that some provisions could be developed that would be consistent across these growth areas.
The large lot's only a solution for some of it, though, isn't it? Because clearly, in the
Yes.
in the development areas, and this is what we discussed with Ms. White, a number of the development areas are anticipating what used to be called a general residential zone, or development in an intensification that was formerly in a general residential zone. So your answer would be, in those areas where they coincide with the SAL, then the example that the council's already provided suggests a willingness to pursue bespoke zoning under the catch-all qualifying matter.
Not a bespoke zoning, but bespoke or amended provisions.
Bespoke standards. Sorry, I misspoke.
And sorry, can I just clarify, Ms. Blick, are you saying the council are currently writing provisions for Takapuwahia SAL to...
Ms. Sweetwater is probably better placed to comment on this than I am, but I did hear in Ms. Armstrong's presentation yesterday that she had been involved in that process and had recommended that the existing PDP provisions that apply to that site, which relate only to that site and include reduced building heights and coverage standards, that she has recommended that those provisions still apply when the site is zoned medium density residential.
Right, thank you. So it's not do you consider it to be a directly comparable example to the Silverwood?
No, I wouldn't, because there is an SNA across that site as well, and there are limits to earthworks and clearance of that SNA, so not directly comparable. But I think there was mention of before about a willingness of council to determine SALs to be a qualifying matter where those standards can then be reduced.
There's also the question
or varied in some degree.
There's also the question about whether the council's analysis will stand scrutiny in the hearing process against the statutory test, given the national importance of providing for housing.
Yes.
So it goes to the council's willingness to test the water, but not to the success thereof.
Chair, I could provide a bit more context to that particular scenario if it would be helpful.
I I think that let's ask Mr. Dawson whether he has a problem with you providing that analysis in the middle of Ms. Blick's. I think that's the answer.
Okay. I do have a question though, Ms. Blick, because I'm certainly not up to speed with this site. And I'm not even sure how to spell it or let alone pronounce it. So, but what I'm understanding is that it has a significant special amenity landscape over it, and it also has some SNAs over it too. But
over a significant majority,
yes.
The SAL and the SNA.
So when you say it's not directly, so when you say it's not directly comparable to the Silverwood site, you're saying that's because the extent of SNA is much greater.
Correct.
But from a principal point of view, it's similar in that it contains a SAL, and both sites contain SALs and both sites contain SNAs.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. And in the PDP, there is a Takuahia precinct within the residential zone chapter, which has got a specific objective relating to the ability of Ngāti Toa. The site is owned or will be owned by Ngāti Toa to provide for their cultural wellbeing, while at the same time recognising that there are natural features on the site that need to be appropriately recognised and provided for.
Yes, and are you saying that's an example of where the medium density residential standards could be modified as a qualifying matter or put aside?
I understand that Ms. Armstrong has recommended that to council, from what I understand of her presentation yesterday.
Okay, and what forum has Ms. Armstrong done that?
That would be a question for Ms. Sweetman. I would imagine that it's through the preparation of their plan variation.
But it's not in a PDP forum. You said that no. the precinct is in the PDP. It's within the residential chapter. So has it been 42A reporting and submitted evidence on that as part of the PDP hearings?
I don't believe there has been any evidence on that site. Would have to confirm that with Ngāti Toa. Ms. Sweetman might be able to confirm that. My understanding, based on what Ms. Armstrong mentioned yesterday, is that she is providing advice in relation to the plan.
Okay, I understand. So speculation as to what might happen, but I'm interested in the facts as they stand. The precinct is part of it has a residential zoning, but you're saying the precinct introduces some additional rules and regulations concerning that precinct over and above what the general residential zone at the moment permits in the PDP. Is that the point you're making? Or is that one of the points you're making?
It will only be fact when that plan variation has been notified and we can see the content of that.
I'm finding answers not very helpful, Ms. Blick.
Well, I think Commissioner, Ms. Blick's taken as far as she can. I think you should just leave it there.
Yeah, okay.
I am not...
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. If you would like me to answer anything on those questions, I am still here. So
no, isn't it a fact, though, Ms. Blick, that the proposed plan...
Well, just go slow. Thank you for the offer, Ms. Armstrong. I think Council for Silverwood has requested that they have the opportunity to complete their case before the council team assist us further. So I think that we can respect that.
Yeah, I guess the difficulty I'm having, I'm not trying to be critical, Ms. Blick, is that these are new concepts to me. People on the panel will have a greater knowledge of what you're talking about than I have, but it has to be evidence in front of us. So you're talking about matters that aren't necessary in your evidence. You're giving us speaking notes that aren't in front of us. I'm having difficulty keeping up with it, let alone understanding it. So that's my frustration if it's coming through.
understand, Mr. Commissioner, my observations around Tapua here were just related to an observation that there is a residential zone site in the district with SALs where it appears that council might apply the SAL as a qualifying matter and seek bespoke provisions.
Thank you. That's the factual answer I was seeking. I guess if I have a supplementary question on that is, are you able to tell us whether the proposed plan, as notified, provides a basis for that in the sense that the proposed plan for that precinct introduces controls over and above the general residential zoning for that precinct?
In the natural features landscape chapter of the PDP, there are controls specific to that site that
Yes.
are different to the general residential zone standards.
And are they SAL type controls, or are they outstanding natural features controls? Because that's important in terms of talking about future qualifying matters. Anyway.
They SAL.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's good to know. And presumably SNA controls too, but that's not, you're not going down that route at the moment, are you?
No, Ms. Armstrong outlined the SNA controls that apply to that site.
Okay, look, that's good. I will leave it there. I understand the facts of the situation now. Thank you.
Those are all the comments I have to make, or I have written down.
I have one follow-up that we left behind, policy 1, whether this development is consistent with the growth strategy. I understand your point that it's moot, given Ms. Sweetman's evidence in relation to point 2, but I think it's important that we understand your position. Ms. Sweetman, of course, emphasises the word possible in the growth strategy, or potential. Potential. That implies there is potential for it not to occur. How does that translate to this process, given, as I understand it, the concept of a future urban zone, as you say, doesn't anticipate that every part will be residential, but that, as you've clarified, a predominant part. If that's only a potential, when is that? Is that the question we have to decide now? What's the process to decide whether that potential is realised?
Well, the growth strategy makes mention of the site, saying it should be available for rezoning through the district plan review process. So I believe it is through the district plan review process that potential should be determined. And I believe that the project team that developed the structure plan has done so by the extensive amount of work that has been completed.
The passage in the growth strategy that you're referring to refers to the potential for it to be zoned residential. It doesn't refer to the potential for it to be zoned fuzz in the district plan process.
Sorry, I have to find
You go to the bottom of page 14 of your evidence, paragraph 42.
Yes, can be considered for residential zoning through the PDP review.
Yes, it does state that. We obviously haven't sought a live zoning in this submission for a number of reasons: time, constraints being the critical one, but you would assume that if the site was available for, or determined to be available for residential zoning through the PDP, then it would be acceptable to go, one step back from that and to get a future urban zone that provides a pathway to enable or to be able to obtain a live zoning.
Go for it.
Sorry, again, we acknowledge that you're saying that this is a moot point because of the agreement with Ms. Sweetman on Pete on the second clause, but is there any, have you sought to provide us with copies of the Silverwood submission to the growth strategy and the council decision on that submission?
We haven't provided it in evidence.
Okay. Two things. Could you provide that?
Yes.
And secondly, are you familiar with the submission and the council decision on the growth strategy in terms of the documentation that was produced?
So,
Yes.
yes.
Did you produce?
Yes, Ms. White actually prepared that documentation. So if she's online and you have particular questions related to that submission on the growth strategy.
I'm particularly interested in the decision on the growth strategy and presume it was in written form.
There is a response to feedback document that outlines exactly that, responses to community feedback, with no, as I've been able to ascertain, not much commentary related to the Silverwood submission, unfortunately.
Yes, and that was, you've guessed my line of questioning. That was my next question. Is there any other guidance in the feedback documentation on the submission issued by the council that would allow a more, well, not more informed, but some form of informed interpretation of the words potential and the passage that you've quoted at your paragraph 42?
Unfortunately, no, from what I've reviewed.
Yep.
Very unhelpfully.
Yep.
Happy to review again, but from what I've seen,
okay.
a somewhat of an anomaly.
Okay, nevertheless, it would still be good to have that on the table.
I think let's firm up on this. If between you and Mr. Dawson you could provide us with Silverwood's submission, an extract from the council decisions or council feedback with any comment either specifically or implicitly referring to Silverwood. If it's a large document, I don't think we need the whole thing. If you think there are any parts of it that are relevant, if you could provide those to us via between you and Mr. Dawson through the hearing administrator.
Yeah, I have one supplementary on there, and it's a matter that Ms. Sweetman raised verbally on her presentation, and I think you've covered it, but I just want to make sure. Ms. Sweetman said there was a third aspect in addition to the plan and the potential and the notation in the I want to get the growth strategy. Getting late in the day. And it was the third aspect was mention of the implementation or infrastructure plan. I just can't be sure what the terminology was. In your right at the beginning of your verbal presentation today, you talked about an implementation plan and this growth strategy, and you said that Silverwood is in the Cannons Creek and Whitby catchments. Was that you responding to Ms. Sweetman's issue about the implementation or infrastructure plan as being another matter that needs to be considered?
That was in relation to my further justification why I believed that the site does still fall within Clause 1,
Okay.
given that the implementation plan of the growth strategy and the documents that have been prepared to essentially give effect to the growth strategy includes the Silverwood site alongside the other growth areas, doesn't make any differentiation between those sites. And actually, as I've mentioned, the LTP advances it ahead of some of the other growth areas, without mention of the fact that it may or may not occur and may be potential. No qualifiers in that regard in those documents, which obviously have sought to give effect to the growth strategy. To answer your question as well, though, I think those documents prepared under the growth strategy would be other matters that can be considered. So a twofold response.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think I can resolve this line of questioning very simply if I can ask one question to Ms. Sweetman.
Well,
of clarification, of factual.
Tell me what the question is.
The question is, Ms. Sweetman referred to an element of the structure plan on her verbal presentation. I think it was the implementation plan, but I may be wrong. And she said that that plan did not mention the Silverwood site.
I think it was the implementation plan. I think we should ask Ms. Sweetman that question.
Yeah. It was on the first morning of your presentation, Ms. Sweetman.
Yes, Commissioner and Chair, thank you. I was referring to page 24 of the growth strategy.
Yes.
And that is the Porirua indicative growth sequencing 30 years.
Yes.
The implementation plan, if we're talking about the growth strategy,
Yes.
in terms of that particular document, is on page 38.
Yes.
Which sets out growth strategy 2048 implementation timeline.
Thank you, that's useful. Can you just repeat the page reference for the and the title of the first reference you gave us?
Certainly. Is page 24.
Yes.
Porirua indicative growth sequencing 30 years.
Thank you. Okay, well, clearly I was getting the two conflated, which is not surprising the amount of information we've had in front of us. But so the two are separate, but they're both contained within the growth strategy.
That's correct.
Yes, and you maintain your position that the sequencing does not reference the Silverwood site?
The growth strategy 2048 document does not include the Silverwood site.
On page
in
24.
terms on page 24.
Yes.
And it does not include it in the implementation timeline on page 38
What do you, okay. I don't know if I can ask the next question, but I will anyway. What do you make of Ms. Blick's?
No, I think that's a bridge too far.
Okay.
I think that is for Ms. Sweetman's reply.
Okay. I think she understands what I was going to ask.
Yes.
Yes.
If I could jump in there, the sequencing plan, unhelpfully, on page 24, unhelpfully refers to an area entitled Whitby that has a different colour. That in the key is defined as a higher level of uncertainty. We understand that to be the site, but as I say, it's unhelpfully not notated in order to give any certainty whether or not that is the case.
I'm reluctant to say anything.
Yeah. That'll be a first. Carry on, Commissioner.
No. Well, I think I've taken that. Sorry, Ms. Blick, I had my microphone off. I think I've taken that as far as I can, and we'll hear from, I guess, we'll hear from your position in your speaking notes that are written up, and Mr. Tweetman will have a chance to respond at the appropriate time. I guess the point that rises from all this, given that you've said it's moot, if it's not moot, and for hypothetically Silverwood doesn't come in through clause 1 and comes in through clause 2, what's the significance of housing supply to the assessment under clause 2 under that policy? What's the significance of the economic housing supply topic?
None. It's not listed as a criteria that needs to be considered.
Okay. Is it listed in clause 1 of policy P1? Is it inherent in clause 1, the housing supply matter?
No.
What's the purpose of referencing the growth strategy in clause 1? Is it not to indicate some oblique reference to housing supply and demand and the growth strategy to deal with it?
I don't believe that to be the case. I do agree with Ms. Sweetman that that policy 1 relates to sites within the growth strategy.
What's the significance of that, though? What's the significance of referencing that term in policy 1? Doesn't it reference a process where there has been some consideration to supply and demand, albeit that that's an ongoing process through the HBA? Otherwise, why would you have a difference between clause 1 and clause 2 of policy 1?
To answer that question, I might direct you to Appendix 11, which relates to all sites, that sets out the requirement for a demand and supply assessment.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
So even if you were to reach the conclusion that clause 1 includes reference to the growth strategy, because the growth strategy has been based on to some degree supply and demand assessments, irrespective of whether it's got through the door to a fuzz zoning. Because of that, there would still be a future requirement to undertake that assessment. So it doesn't mean that if you got through the door, got through the gate in clause 1, that you don't have to at a later date confirm the validity of the assessment that got them there in the first place.
I understand what you're saying.
In terms of what that means for any future processes that are advanced to create live zoning, there's still a requirement across the board to provide at that time supply and demand assessments.
Yes. So you're saying that both clause 1 and clause 2 of policy 1 are both subject to those housing supply requirements in Appendix 11 at, I think, clause 1 under growth and BC under information, that both developments, any developments that get under clause 1 and clause 2 are both subject to those assessments.
Correct. So if you got through in clause 1 because it was in the growth strategy and the reports informed that, it doesn't negate the requirement to provide that in the future under Appendix 11.
I understand why you might say that. That seems a little bit strange, but might it be because even though you've got automatic entry to fuzz, if you get through clause 1, because you're consistent with the growth strategy, and I guess what I'm saying, that's implicit that you're consistent with growth and demand scenarios at the time. Might not be the presence of the further tests in Appendix 11 to ascertain what the situation is at the time that the live zoning request is made. The council has obligations to monitor. There could be a time, we know there could be a time delay between the fuzz being confirmed over a site and the application for a plan change being made. It could be several years. Isn't it just to sort of recheck and recalibrate that there's still a demand and supply requirement to upzone? Is that well, let me say that. Is that one possible interpretation?
It is. And you're right, a plan change could be advanced in 9 years, and the housing market might have significantly changed in that time from when the 2020 property economics report was prepared that justified the rezoning of justified the identification of those growth areas.
Yes. So it's sort of like a check on those that got automatic entry to the fuzz, but also it provides an assessment basis for those that didn't get automatic entry and reliant on to make sure that they are going to contribute in an appropriate manner.
Correct.
Yeah. But doesn't the automatic entry gateway, doesn't that implicitly indicate that supply and demand at that particular point in time is a green light?
I wouldn't say that. Ms. Sweetman mentioned yesterday that, in her opinion, the clauses were split in two, largely because of infrastructure provision.
Okay.
And confirming the availability of infrastructure.
Do you agree with that?
Aligning that.
And do you agree with that?
Yeah, matters related to natural hazards, and I'd have to check that there's wasn't all of it, but yes.
Yeah, well, the 5 matters, I think, included connectivity and transportation, hazards, features, landscapes. And do you agree with Ms. Streetman's opinion, though, on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, again, that's probably as far as I can take that, sir.
Thank you. One follow-up from me. At paragraph 88 of the Grievance to Chief report,
Which page?
para 88, page 33. Oh, yes, there are. Yeah.
Sorry, I apologise for the numbering errors.
Yes, which paragraph 88? Fair point. Page 33. You're here pointing to the strength of the Appendix 11 structure, planning process and consideration of these matters. The question I posed to Ms. Sweetman was whether, with the benefit of hindsight, those provisions are strong enough for the test. You're saying they are. The thing I was pointing to yesterday was, well, the intro to the structure plan is something like investigate and address. Address covers a multitude of sins. It certainly doesn't, in a supply and demand. What is it telling you that you have to show in the supply and demand assessment in order to get a green light? So my question is, it's implicit that you need to show an appropriate case, but is this clear enough to actually ensure that occurs?
I believe so, coupled with the fact that together with the structure plan, you would, for the plan change, you would need to prepare a Section 32 report, which included an assessment against higher order documents, including the NPSUD. So together, I think the requirements with the standard requirements under Section 32 of the Act would provide a robust basis. Also note that under following on from BC, or following under one in the urban growth section, is a requirement to provide details of staging and timing. Should your assessment completed under under step one, this is hypothetical, say that there is an oversupply, then through step matters 2 through 5, appropriate staging and timing of development could be determined to ensure that any potential for creating an issue of oversupply could be dealt with.
Thank you, Ms. Sweetman. Since Commissioner McMahon's been having all the fun, I'll ask Commissioner Sinclair if he's got any questions.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
So you're good, Commissioner McMahon? Last call?
On the remainder of the argument?
Yes.
I'm at paragraph 61 on your evidence.
Page?
Page 26.
Thank you.
And this is about this issue we've been discussing, I guess, right through the last day and a half, about whether there's anything in the fuzz policy to compel the full blanket rezoning of a site to a residential zone. And it intersects with the concepts that I discussed with Mr. Hudson and the urban designer, Ms. White, this morning, about how you would deal with the constraints and opportunities on the ground when it came to fixing a zone or zones or rules. And I guess I was looking for some more guidance from you in light of Mr. Hudson's direction to talk to you about this, on how that might occur.
Sorry, to be clear, is your question related to constraints of the site as they relate to future development areas, i.e. future residential zonings, or more generally?
It's more generally, but if it helps, what I would say is you're being, in your paragraph 61 was a response to a concern raised by Ms. Sweetman about Ms. Armstrong's concern that a full rezoning of the site to TFUZ may send a message that it's overall suitable for future development, and therefore might be suitable for what was previously called the general residential zone, but would in the future be subject to medium density rules and standards. And I'm just wondering whether you've given any further thought to how a zoning pattern and zoning rules might deal with the constraints and opportunities in a way that would avoid the concern that Ms. Armstrong's raised and which Ms. Sweetman has relied on.
What I would say is that the constraints and opportunities assessment has actually, has been completed by the project team that has identified development areas as well as the non-residential areas. That in itself has sought to address the constraints on the site in terms of where development may not occur. The next step in the process, should the fuzz zoning be accepted and a further structure planning process be undertaken, would be to ascertain from the project team or their recommendations for provisions that would need to apply to the site to manage effects, and also to ensure that the particular outcomes envisaged for the site through the structure plan could appropriately be implemented. The first step in that would be for the team and the planner to review what existing provisions applied to the site in terms of district-wide provisions. Obviously, that with an SAL and SNAs, not proposing to amend or remove those overlays, those chapters would apply. The chapters related to infrastructure provision and Three Waters would also apply. So the project team would determine whether or not they were appropriate in order to implement the structure plan. And then when it came to zoning, would be to look at the existing zones in the PDP, and at that time in the future it will only be the medium density residential zone and the rural lifestyle zone and the rural zone related to residential. And if those zones weren't fit for purpose or weren't going to provide the outcomes sought through the structure plan, then that is where bespoke provisions would need to be worked through.
So what I'm taking from that is that it's for a future process associated with the structure plan that specific thought hasn't been given to that at this immediate juncture.
Correct.
Yes.
Like it hasn't been given to the other growth areas. There's no detail provided for any of the previous structure planning of any future zonings on those areas either.
Yes. I guess I raised that question, Ms. Blick, so that you understand why I'm asking it, is that there's been, in paragraphs 60, 61, the fear from Ms Armstrong and Ms Sweetman is that if it's a general residential zone that's applied in totality, then that raises some real concerns in terms of, for them, in terms of that being counterproductive to some of the values on the site, and particularly with the medium density residential standards applying to that residential zone. So that I'm trying to ascertain how real that fear is.
I would say that there is a risk, but that risk can appropriately be dealt with through a standard structure planning and plan provision development process that would be followed, and it has been followed by myself and the other experts in the project team on other projects where issues or constraints have been identified on the site, and provisions drafted to appropriately address those.
Yes.
Whether or not they are the application of existing provisions, or whether it's been determined that bespoke provisions are required to address specific site features or concerns.
Yes. If I was to ask that question in a more formal way, and in a Section 32 context, the question would go along the lines, is there a risk of acting, in this case, applying the fuzz zone, in the absence of any certainty around the ability to have a zoning framework from the zoning toolbox that can address those risks or threats, because the Section 32 would say that where that risk is high, you shouldn't act.
I would say the risk isn't high. If I could use an example, the Plymouton Farm, and Ms. Williams, Commissioner Williams will be aware of this because she was the landscape architect on this project. Plymouton Farm include special amenity landscape, and it was identified very early on in the structure planning process, as has been done for Silverwood, that there would be particular care needed in that particular area of the site. So the project team took a very landscape-led approach to that area and identified very site-specific bespoke provisions that would apply within that area that would ensure that the landscape values of that site would be maintained. That included providing quite a high level of detail in that area of the structure plan, locating specific house sites, as well as locating another area that wasn't highly visible that could be, subject to less control and could be developed. But obviously, the team went through that process in developing bespoke provisions to specifically respond to that amenity landscape.
Ms. Blick, can I just interrupt? I'm concerned that you're not comparing like with like.
Yes.
Here we have the additional overlay of what I would call the straitjacket provided in the 2021 amendment that wasn't the case in Plymouton Farms, which presumably must heighten the risk.
Yeah, thank you, sir. That was on my mind too, Ms. Blick, and I guess what I would also say, and it's something that I think you and Mr. Dawson need to give some careful thought to, and that is, in my mind, there's a risk still associated with the ability to have the cell act as a qualifying matter in some form, and given that affects a large part of the development area on the eastern side, I think the panel's going to need some sort of confidence or some further information on what the nature of that risk is, and if it's not a qualifying matter, what are the other tools in the toolbox to deal with that would go to deal with Ms. Armstrong and Ms. Sweetman's concerns about the MDES straitjacket approach, riding roughshod over the cell. So to me, that falls squarely into a risk matter where there's some uncertainty as to the applicability of qualifying matters to Section 7 matters.
So can I perhaps answer that? I think it's, in fairness, you've posed really what is a legal question. Can I answer that when you've finished with Ms. Black?
I think you can contribute, since the Commissioner's given you an entree, Mr. Dawson, you can contribute, but I think we need to hear Ms. Because, yes, it's a legal issue about the interpretation of the 2021 amendment, but it's also a planning issue about what tools are in the toolbox. So we'll start with planning response, and we'll go from there.
Yes, and to the extent that it's helpful, I was very cognizant and making notes on what you said about the, sorry for my pronunciation, Takawhare, is it? Takawhare precinct, where that's potentially dealing with the same issue under the straitjacket approach, under the 2021 Housing Supply Act, in the variations. So we'll be very interested in seeing that. But if you're able to reference that in any way in your response, that might be useful.
I've spent many years trying to justify medium density residential zones and structure plans, and now we find ourselves in a position where we have to justify not to include them, which makes for an interesting conundrum for planners and for urban designers as well. Other tools in the toolbox, there, as I've mentioned, there is a large lot residential zone that could be applied, as well as a rural lifestyle zone. The large lot residential zone, as far as I can tell from the definition, and obviously the PDP not having currently not having a large lot residential zone, I can't see why a cluster type development could not be achieved under that zone.
Just out of interest, does the national planning standards allow bespoke zones to be established? I should know the answer to that, but I don't. Or is it so mandatory that if you don't form part of the palliative zones, then you can't use the zone? I mean, is there any scope through special purpose zones or others?
So the Plymouth Farm zone is essentially a special purpose zone. The Hongaweka, so I have to get the full name for it. There is another special purpose zone currently in the PDP that relates to a large area of iwi land that they may or may not in the future wish to advance. But it's my understanding that it's a pretty high bar to try and be able to justify the application of a special purpose zone where there are residential zones that could apply and do exist. And I'm sure you've discussed this at length in this hearing stream around how the fuzz provisions, how the fuzz areas will be implemented into the district plan, and that they will form separate development areas that will be in a separate chapter. And these development areas will have bespoke provisions, objectives, policies, and provisions related to development in that area. It will also include a structure plan, and there would typically be objectives and policies that related to that structure plan, and in seeking to ensure that future development was consistent with that.
Mr. Dawson, you have talked to me about how long you would like to speak for. Because as you observe, I'm looking at my watch and it's already 5 to 3.
I'm looking at mine as well and hoping we'll get out of here by 5. I've really only got a couple of points that I'd like to make and to touch on some of the conversation that Commissioner McMahon's just been having. I think I probably need about 10 minutes.
Let's just, have you got anything else with Ms. Blick? No. Well, I think that we can suggest that Ms. Blick can sit back and relax. You can have your 10 minutes, Mr. Dawson. Say the clock will be ticking.
Can I just, sorry.
And the other thing is that just be aware we'll be taking notes.
Sure. Would you mind if, can we have a 5-minute break?
Yes, that's probably a good idea. We'll have a cup of tea.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn for 5 minutes. We'll carry on, Mr. Dawson. As my colleague is, it's like the chase. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Okay, how much do I get?
Chocolate fish.
Awesome. So I'd like this whole conversation about the MDRS standards, variation 1, and what it means. I think, so as you said this morning, it's a bit of a morass and a complication. And there's been a lot of discussion around the implications of it and how it might be dealt with. I look at it this way and say, well, let's go back to what you're actually being asked to decide. What you're being asked to decide is the future urban zone the most appropriate zone here? You're not required to determine what the live zoning might look like if one ever eventuates. You aren't required to consider what the zoning provisions might be or what the constraints on the site might be. All you're asked to do is to determine whether or not the future urban zone is appropriate here. To do that, Section 32 of the Act sets out the evaluation that you're required to undertake. I'm not going to repeat it, but suffice to say, it's a very broad consideration. You aren't required to focus on one particular thing or another. You're required to consider everything overall. And in listening to the conversation, there's two particular matters, I think, that come up in that context. The first one is the question of supply and demand in the economic analysis. And I've already said to you, that is one of many matters for you to consider. It has, in my view, been inappropriately emphasised or even fixated upon by the council. But the second one, in listening to the conversation this afternoon, I think we need to put into context, is the relevance of FUS P1, clauses 1 and 2. And I would suggest to you that whilst they are relevant and helpful, and perhaps even the most apposite criteria in the proposed district plan, they must still sit within the context of Section 32. And so this whole conversation about, is it in the growth strategy or isn't it? What's the relevance of an SAL or not? Because those things are in FUS P1. I say to you, you have to evaluate FUS P1 and the matters within it in the broader context of Section 32. To put it another way, you don't need to be satisfied that this site meets either of Clause 1 or Clause 2 entirely to grant the relief requested, because it's only one criteria. So overall, what I'm saying to you is it's a balanced assessment you have to undertake, and take care not to emphasise one particular thing. In terms of the MDRS and what does that mean for us all, I happily acknowledge that it caught everyone by surprise. This process had started well before the Housing Enabling Supply Act came along, didn't it? And I think, as the Chair put this morning, it's put us all in a bit of a morass. But even if you are to consider, well, if the future urban zone goes over this site, what then might a structure plan look like? And what then might a plan change look like after that? What is the implication of the MDRS? The planning evidence and the legal position is well, there were a number of options open to the council at the time, and they include large lot residential. They may well succeed in establishing the SAL as a qualifying matter. It's still open to the applicant to achieve a bespoke kind of a zoning outcome. The law doesn't say that automatically the MDRS is going to fall over this entire site and it's all going to be turned into houses. My point is that whilst I think you are right to contemplate what the final outcomes might look like, we need to recognise as well that there are 2 further processes to go through. And it's clear that there are a number of tools available to address the constraints and opportunities on the site, including the ecological ones, including the landscape sensitivities, including the SAL. But all of those things get dealt with later. And don't get me wrong, I think the inquiry and the questions of witnesses around these things are informative. But I think we need to take care that, in my view, they actually don't form part of your consideration now. So those were really the 2 points I wanted to make. The test is, what's the most appropriate? It's not, as Ms Sweetman suggests, what's needed. It isn't that. It's what's the most appropriate, number 1. And number 2, it's a transitional zone only. There's no, although Mr Tiedemann's going to be disappointed to hear this, there can be no expectation or guarantee of a live zoning being secured beyond that, much less can there be any guarantee as to how intensive it's going to be. But those are things that Appendix 11 and this process that PDP puts in place deal with comprehensively later. And that's, I think, with respect, where they need to sit in your consideration of the submission. Has that served a little bit less than 10 minutes?
Oh yes, you get the chocolate fish, Mr. Dawson.
I thought there might be some questions.
No, I think we should treat that as effectively your closing.
Yep.
And we should move on to process issues.
Yes.
You were going to, what is your proposal? I've acknowledged in the minutes on behalf of the panel, we accept there is a fairness issue that we have to provide for, that there is information that hasn't come to you, I think because Mr Osborne's modeller was on his honeymoon, or her honeymoon.
Good excuse.
Which, as excuses go, is not bad. That was clearly not going to change. That there is an issue as to what would be the optimum time for you to provide further input, and what are the constraints of that input, and then what are the implications of that for the council's reply. I think at the moment where the panel's sitting is that we'll make whatever orders are required to ensure a fair process, but Ms Sweetman, our starting point is that we will want you to reply on everything you've heard to date. You can try and convince me otherwise, but I think that we want to be able to deliberate and reach a tentative conclusion before we've forgotten all the detail.
Yes, Chair, I wanted to talk to you about that because there's been a lot of matters arising over the last 2 days.
Yes, indeed.
I'm about to start a week and a half hearing next Wednesday. At the moment, this reply is due on the 22nd, which happens to be the last day of my hearing.
We are deliberating on the 1st of August.
So if I may, sir, suggest...
You can crib a bit more time so long as we have time to read it before the 1st of August.
Sir.
That would be my concern. And the 1st of August is a Monday.
Yes.
We, of course, don't have weekends, so sort of the Thursday of the previous week would work. I don't know what date that is.
That's the 28th of July.
So we'll say a tentative thing, that your reply is due on the 28th on the basis that it's a provisional reply. Now, Mr. Dawson, what leave do you want reserved, and what in a perfect world, and of course we know the world's not quite perfect, how would you envisage this proceeding in terms of what's left hanging out? Like the most obvious thing is what we were talking about prior to the hearing, which is the detailed modelling underpinning the variation. And does Mr. Thompson have a right to respond to that, and if so, when? And I think that my own observation is that I can foresee when you read the variation, there will be other things that occur to you that you might feel that you ought to have said if you'd had a well-polished crystal ball.
Yes.
Or you might have wished Ms. Blick to have said, or at least ask her to say them. Let's deal with those in sequence. Mr. Thompson, how do you want to play that?
So I think perhaps the answer to both of them in a perfect world might be the same. And my suggestion was going to be, as a starting point, and I think you and I agree, well, I certainly agree with you, those are the two issues that, and particularly from some of the questioning that's come out today about the potential relevance or not of the variation, there may be other matters. I think the cleanest way of dealing with it would perhaps be for Silverwood to be given leave, so have this hearing adjourned, but for Silverwood to be given leave, if it wishes to produce further evidence on those two matters.
So those are Mr. Thompson's response to the modelling and broader question implications arising out of the variation as they apply to Silverwood submission.
Yes, and so if it was an opportunity to present further evidence, then we don't run into this question of, is it a submission, is it deemed to be a submission on the variation, blah, 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 because it's simply the panel hearing more evidence on this submission.
I think I'd like to do, and when do you think that would be?
Well, my understanding, and I stand to be corrected by anyone in the room, my understanding is the variation is supposed to be notified on the 4th of August this year.
Yes, and the statutory drop-dead deadline is the 20th or the 22nd, something like that. 20th.
Something like that. So it isn't going to be possible or sensible for us to do it any sooner than that, of course.
Yes.
And I mean, probably going to want some time to look at the stuff, and you've got submissions going on as well. My feeling is, subject to any comments you might make, my feeling is it's after the submissions have closed, but perhaps right at the start of the hearing process, or as it can be fitted in. I can't really be any more specific than that, I don't think.
I think that what I'm minded to do is, if it's notified on the 4th of April, it'd be 4 weeks submission.
4th of August. August?
4 weeks of August, 4 weeks submission period.
Yep.
So that's the first week of September. I'm minded to say that Mr. Thompson can have until the 1st of October. I don't know what day of the week that is. It's probably a Sunday.
It's a Saturday, I can tell you.
I suppose it's your birthday.
It could be.
Well, in that case, Monday the 3rd. I'll give you leave to file evidence and from Mr. Thompson. As regards consequential matters, I don't want to give you an open-ended leave, anything that may take your fancy.
No.
That what I'm minded to do on the same deadline, if you can, that's the deadline for you to make application.
Yep.
To outline what sort of what matters you would propose to cover in further evidence.
Yep.
I think the message is the panel will be receptive, but don't push the envelope.
I get it. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. I think that makes sense.
And so it's Mr. Thompson has leave by the Monday the 3rd. You have leave to make an application to present additional evidence. I'm making no commitment that we will reconvene the hearing. We will endeavour to deal with it on the papers if we think we properly can, or by written questions. We've pursued that with one other party during the course of the hearing. But we'll play it by ear.
Sorry, sir, just to be clear, you're not expecting Mr. Thompson's evidence on the 3rd of October?
I am.
Or you are?
I am.
Okay. Plus, if we wish to, an application for further evidence.
Over and above that.
Over and above that. Okay. I'm glad I asked you that question. Okay.
And say no commitment as to process beyond that. We'll make that decision when we see what evidence you file.
Yes. See, there is another possibility, just to foreshadow it, and you actually brought that up this morning, which may change all of this, and that is that Silverwood may put in a submission on the variation.
I think that just means that you will make that decision yourself. I think that they're quite discrete issues, as opposed to what we're talking about are the implications of the variation for the submission you've already made.
Yes.
The submission you make on the variation will be seeking entirely new relief in respect of the matters that are in the variation. That, in a way that, yes, they're linked. In effect, if the variation contains matters that suit your submission, you'll obviously seek to be drawing those to our attention. But if it contains matters that don't suit your submission, you'll presumably be trying to change them through the variation submission process. So I think that we leave that to you. That it may be that if you decide to make a submission, by 1st of October you will already have made it, so you'll know exactly what the position is. That may reduce your enthusiasm to produce additional evidence to support this submission, or it may enhance it. I'm making no commitments either way, or no expectation either way. I think that, and if you decide, because you think that the matters you'd wish to raise are already covered by the variation, and you don't wish to take up the opportunity to file Mr. Thompson's evidence, that's absolutely fine. But can I just ask you to advise our hearing manager that we shouldn't be sitting in eager anticipation,
and only to be disappointed.
Only to be disappointed.
Yeah.
And Ms. Sweetman, while I've said that the process is at large, the one thing that is for certain is that the council will retain its ability to have the last say. At some point, yet to be ascertained, but so you can take that as a given. That my desire is first step. Mr. Dawson has some additional information that Ms. Blick has.
Yeah.
Could I ask, please, that be in hand by this Friday?
I think so. I'm not hearing it. Yes, I know where it is.
No protestations.
Yeah.
Friday the 8th. I'm going to put all this in a minute. So
I was just going to ask you cheekily if you were going to do that, which would be helpful.
So, matters for you to supply, Friday the 8th. Council's reply on the matters heard to date, the 28th of, which I think we said was a Thursday. 28th of July. Mr. Thompson's further evidence, if any, 1 October.
3 October.
3 October, yes. Monday the 3rd. Silverwood's application to provide further evidence, also 3 October. And any steps after that will be the matters of further direction.
Yes.
Ms. Sweetman, any final thoughts, any loose ends that we need to tie up?
No, sir, but I assume that you want the Mr. Osborne's response in terms of the 28th of July as well, incorporated in that, in terms of matters raised to date through the hearing.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Good point. Yes, I have to read back over my notes to pick up exactly what we've asked for during the course. But I will issue a minute trying to capture everything. If either party thinks that I've missed anything out or got it wrong, then you obviously have leave to draw it to my attention, and we'll address it when and if required. Only remains to thank everybody for their time. I wish those that are ill, present and at a distance, virtually and not present in any sense, well, and hope they're better soon. So thank you for your inputs, and we'll adjourn on that basis.
Thank you, sir.